All right. Well, what is going on, YouTube? What's going on, fellow fantasy people? And of course, what is up, the catch fam? How's everyone doing tonight, man? Hope everyone is doing great. Hope everyone had a fantastic week, man. You already know what time it is. Time for a little bit of week 7 fantasy Q&A. And we have got Saturday night late stream, man. It's going to be a good time. Always a good time hanging out with you guys on Saturdays. So we'll be going into the late hours and just calling it, man. Whatever you guys got on the queue in terms of Q&A, we'll go over. And other than that, we'll play some Madden. We'll hang out. It'll be a good time. So I hope everyone's doing well, man. Like I said, hope everyone had a great week. Looking forward to hanging out with you guys. So, yeah. I want to pull up. Looks like we've got the injury report active. So we'll see if we've got anything notable from that. Richard Glass, what is going on, brother? Always good to see you. Got the Von Miller jersey. Shout out to my wife for getting me this jersey for our anniversary. Saved it for the Saturday night late stream, man. So, Richard, what are you up to, brother? Let me know how things are going. And I might wait another minute before I go through the injury report, although I don't know exactly what we'll find out on the injury report, but should be helpful, potentially. Let's see here. All right, why not? Let's go through it. Richard, does he want you injured? I don't think so. Okay, week 7 injury report. All right. Teddy Bridgewater is questionable with a foot and quad injury. Are you wearing that jersey to discuss the injury report? Well played. Fair enough. Fair enough. All right. Carolina Panthers, Terrace Marshall Jr. is out. Shaq Thompson is out. Of course, Saquon Barkley is out. Kenny Galladay, Kadarius Toney are both out for the Giants. Evan Ingram, Darius Slayton, and John Ross all questionable for the Giants. Telvin Coleman of the Jets is questionable. Probably not going to affect too many people. Wow. The Patriots have Jonathan Jones and Sean Wade out. And then Brandon Bolden's questionable, as is Shaq Mason. But they have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 defensive players questionable, as is Nick Folk. And Kyle Van Noy and Dante Hightower are both on there. So some big names are on there as well. So I don't know. If you're starting the Pats defense versus the Jets, we'll see what happens. It is the Jets. I wouldn't worry too much about it. Matt, what's going on, brother? Good to see you, man. Hope you're doing well tonight. Let me know what's going on with you, man. Justin Young, Ayuk, or Corey Davis? You know, really don't like this matchup for Corey Davis. I really don't. I want to, but his worst game on the season, was against the New England Patriots, right? And I don't see this week being much better. Although we just looked at the injury report, and the Pats have like no players out there on defense, or at least most of them are questionable. So you could take the chance on Corey Davis. Seems like every time I want to bench Corey Davis, he goes absolutely off. Anytime that I start him, he gets 2 points. So I would take a swing on Ayuk. It's a decent matchup overall, going against Indianapolis. I know he's been disappointing, guys, but I do think Ayuk will start to turn it up at some point. Personally, I take a swing on Ayuk, but yeah, I just don't feel good about Corey Davis this week, guys. Matt, what's your thoughts on JaMycal Hasty? See everyone snagging him. I still am very wary of the San Francisco 49ers backfield. It's not something I'm a fan of, right? 1 week it might be Hasty. 1 week it might be, Elijah Mitchell. Sorry, I couldn't think of his name. Next week it might be Jeff Wilson Jr. once he comes back, although he won't come back till November, so probably won't be next week. But they're just so incredibly inconsistent, right? Is he worth taking a shot on and stashing? Sure, but he might be who gets majority of the touches this week, and like I said, next week it could change. It's just the most inconsistent backfield of fantasy football. It's more inconsistent than the Patriots now, which is something I never thought I'd say. So I don't like the backfield. I'm staying away from it. I'd take a chance on, uh, taking Jeff Wilson Jr. down the road, but I don't feel great about Hasty. He's a great player. Don't get me wrong. I mean, so Elijah Mitchell looks very good too, and it's just I don't trust this coaching staff and the backfield in the way that they deploy these running backs. Right. Justin Young, Devonta Smith, Callaway, Bateman, AJ Dillon in the flex and full PPR. I really like Callaway because Deontay Harris is out, Chris Hogan out, MT on IR, and Traquan on IR. These are great points. And Seattle has not been great in the secondary. They haven't been terrible. They've not been great. So I do think Callaway carries some pretty decent upside this week. But I think AJ Dillon could be a sneaky play too. I mean, we're just crossing our fingers is kind of the only problem that this game will have a bit of garbage time. And I could certainly see it. I could certainly see AJ Dillon getting a lot of touches and potentially getting in the red zone or end zone, I guess I should say. But I don't mind Callaway this week. I think it's a good start. I mean, I think I'd list them depending on if you want to have more conviction in the RB position or the wide receiver position, Callaway and Dillon. Then I like Bateman. But we don't, I mean, good target share last week, but we just don't entirely know what's going to come out of it, right? So maybe we'll wait another week, but I do like Bateman as a kind of a sneaky play this week as well. But then I put Smith last just because he's been so incredibly inconsistent. But I think it sounds like you've got the conviction in Callaway, and I would stick with it. If that's you've done your due diligence, right? And I think it's a good start. Matt, also J.D. McKissick or Khalil Herbert. Let's take a look. Well, actually, I've got the injury report pulled up. Okay, here we go. Okay, so Antonio Gibson is still questionable. I mean, if he's out, then you're hands down, you have to start McKissick, right? Because the Washington football team is going to be trying their hardest to stay in this game, right? Is the way that I'm looking at it, right? So, with Khalil Herbert, I want to like him. I have to start him this week in my primary league, but that's more due to desperation, due to bye weeks and injuries. So, but it's a bad matchup versus the Buccaneers, excuse me, for Khalil Herbert. So, I would try and stay away from Khalil Herbert if you can. There's always a chance that he finds the end zone right on one drive, but I just think McKissick's going to have a better overall game script and a better overall matchup. But we just want to monitor is Gibson going to play or not. If he's not, then Khalil Herbert should, or excuse me, if Gibson does play, then Khalil Herbert should see more volume than McKissick theoretically. So, but then kind of the gamble is, well, maybe Gibson will lead this game. God forbid, right? We don't want to wish injury on him, but he's been so injury prone this year. It's a shin injury. So, yeah. Long story short, we want to monitor the Gibson situation leading up until kickoff. Justin Young, Mitchell, Hasty playing, McKissick, Gibson playing, Kirk or Callaway at the flex and full PPR. Personally, I'm leaning towards Kirk or Callaway. Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest upside plays there are Kirk and Callaway. Yeah, absolutely. Both great matchups this week, especially Kirk versus Houston, right? And actually, Houston's been much better against opposing wide receivers than you would think, but too many mouths to feed in that Arizona offense, and there's just no way that this Houston Texans defense is going to be able to stop all these guys. So I think, Kirk and Callaway might have low floors, but they've got very high ceilings this week where between Mitchell and McKissick, we're not entirely sure what their volume is going to be like. But don't get me wrong, they could find the end zone very quickly in both of their respective games as well. So I do agree with you that Kirk or Callaway probably are going to enable you to get more points between those four players. Jason Kenobi traded for Booker and now got him and Connor. I feel better. Yeah, I like that, man. Absolutely. Yeah, that's definitely going to help your depth. And Connor's a great pickup, Jason. I like it a lot. Hope you're doing well, man. Let me know what's going on with you, bro. It's good to see you here tonight. John Simmons, Bucks or Titans kicker? Great question. Just Jason says kicker is so random, but I take Titans. Yeah. That's a good question. I would lean. I want to lean with the Titans as well. Let's pull up the stats. Why not? And John, if you have time tonight, make sure you check out my co-host Steven's must start kicker video as well. But yeah, Randy Bullock of the Tennessee Titans is kicker number 15 right now. He's been having some really good games, right? Um, I'm surprised he's ranked 15th overall. But Kansas City is number 16 against opposing kickers, which is interesting. It's a good matchup. It's a good matchup in a game that's going to have a lot of points. And then Ryan Seckup's ranked 16th overall. So, and I don't see Tampa Bay needing to put up as many points as I am going to see Tennessee needing to put up as many points. So that makes sense. What I just tried to say. I think Tennessee will have to hang around this game longer and try and make it more competitive. Where Tampa Bay is probably going to get up on them pretty early against Chicago Bears. So, yeah, I'd roll with Randy Bullock of the Tennessee Titans. All right, Matt. I really might be screwed this week. I'm going against Tyreek and Julio. Yeah, that's a little scary. But they both have good matchups this week in the same game, right? So we'll see what happens, man. But you never know. You never know. Julio didn't have a great game last week. It was a good matchup as well. So does feel like Tyreek is due for a big game, though. So we'll see, man. Let's see here. C Crip. Hey Catch, how you tonight, man? What's going on, C Crip? Always good to see you, my guy. Hope you're doing fantastic. Hope you had a good week. Thanks for coming out to the Saturday night stream. Guys, make sure you smash that like button on your way in. Let's try and get as many new viewers to the stream as possible. But I really do appreciate everyone coming out tonight. Shep is dealing with a hamstring issue right now. Questionable to play Sunday. And T.Y. Hilton and Paris Campbell are out. Should I still start Shep, Pitt, or Miles Sanders? It's a great question. I think if Shepard plays, you have to start him just due to volume alone, right? But if you're concerned about it, which you have good reason to be, it's not a great matchup versus the Rams, right? Then sure, I think Michael Pittman's the next best option, but I would not start Miles Sanders. Yeah, Pittman versus San Francisco is a good matchup, and he's performing very well from a PPR standpoint. So if you're worried about Shepard, if you don't like the logistics of the injury, also the logistics of facing the Rams, and I'm so sorry. I keep doing this, man. The Giants are not playing the Rams this week. I did that last night as well, and then I sat here and realized like that is not what's going on. They are playing the Panthers, which is still not a great matchup. So it doesn't really change the conversation. It does somewhat, but nonetheless, if you're worried about the matchup versus the Panthers, excuse me, and the logistics of the injury, then yes, I would just roll with Michael Pittman. I think that it's a good matchup for Pittman overall, and no injuries involved there. But I would not roll with Miles Sanders. Claudia, what's going on? Am I crazy for playing both Gibson and McKissick? I have Booker on the bench. Jason says you're not crazy. Maximizes your floor at least. Yeah, I agree with that. It's not a great matchup at all for Booker versus Carolina. Carolina's number one against opposing running backs right now. So I don't think it's crazy to just roll with what should be a high scoring game. I mean, Tennessee looked pretty good against the run last week, but I don't know on a consistent basis how much we're going to see that. We'll find out. But I don't mind this play because I don't think Booker's going to have a great day. I had to start Booker this week. A lot of people are going to start Booker this week due to the injuries, bye weeks, et cetera, et cetera. But if you can avoid that matchup, then hey, I think this Kansas City and Tennessee game is going to be relatively high scored. John, thanks. And I forgot what you said last stream regarding if I should start Christian Kirk or AJ Green. Yeah. No worries, man. I think Christian Kirk, a lower floor, higher ceiling, and AJ Green's probably the safer play, but not as high of a ceiling. So the question comes in, are you fine with just getting a consistent stat line from AJ Green, or are you willing to take the gamble on Christian Kirk? He might have 5 points or might have 20 points. You know what I'm saying? So I don't mind either start. And it's hard to say. I just think that AJ Green has a lower ceiling than Christian Kirk. But overall, I tend to lean a little safe. I think I'd start AJ Green. Let us know in the chat for Mr. John Simmons. Would you guys start Christian Kirk or AJ Green versus the Houston Texans here in week 7? Let's see here. Jason Kenobi, Von Miller jersey. Yes, appreciate that shout out. Like I said, shout out to my wife for picking me up a jersey for our anniversary. Greg Carr or Tua this week? They're both good matchups. I talked about both these guys in my QBs to stream video. The Eagles have been much better than the Atlanta Falcons versus opposing quarterbacks and just in general, although the Eagles haven't been great. But um, I would lean to it here. The Atlanta Falcons are number 28 in the NFL against opposing quarterbacks. So it's just a good start, and that's just going to be an ugly game with no defense, in my opinion. So I'd roll Tua. But if you start Carr, I think you're fine too. Greg also started team PPR Mitchell, Pittman, Waddle, Devonta Smith. Yeah. Um, I once again I think I'd lean Waddle versus the Atlanta Falcons. It's a good matchup, right? And once again, a game that I think is just going to stay competitive the whole time. And then I like Pittman as well versus San Francisco. It's also a good start. But if you want to, kind of shake things up and not start two receivers, then I think Elijah Mitchell's okay. But once again, I just really don't like that backfield whatsoever. So could Elijah Mitchell have a big game? He could. But could we see Kyle Shanahan not involve him or involve four other running backs? Sure. I can't get away from how much I dislike starting the San Francisco 49ers running back. So personally, if it was my roster, full PPR, I would lean Pittman and Waddle. FIFA Flow, start Gooder or Gasecki. I'd roll with Mike G all day, baby, versus the Atlanta Falcons. It's a much better matchup. It's not a bad matchup necessarily for Gooder also, but Gasecki's on a roll, and he doesn't even have to find the end zone, right? And I mean, Goddard's been great this season as well, but personally, I think I'd lean Gasecki if I had to choose between the two. Absolutely. Hawan, what's going on, brother? Hope you're doing well tonight. Hope everyone's doing fantastic. Once again, thanks everyone for coming out. If you guys are new here, make sure you hit that sub button down below. Become part of the Catch family tonight. And everyone, make sure you smash that like button as well. I traded Patterson and Pittman for Ridley, full PPR, 4 and 2. Is this a good trade? I don't think it's an awful trade, but personally, Pittman's been quite good. Maybe not as consistent, right? But Patterson's been fantastic this season. So, I don't mind targeting Calvin Ridley, but I do think you probably could have got another player out of that trade. You're 4 and 2, so you're in a good position. So it could help you down the line. Don't get me wrong. You're securing a value player, but you know, Patterson's been amazing this season, right? And Ridley's underperformed, and Pittman's been pretty damn good as well. So I do think you could have got another player out of that trade, if I'm just being honest with you. But at the end of the day, you got a star player, right? You got a stud. So I think it'll be fine. You should continue to win some games overall. Matt, Sterling Shepard, Bateman, Callaway, pick 2 for flex. I think I'm leaning Bateman and Callaway here. I love Shepard. I don't want to get away from him, man. I love the volume that he should see, but it's not the greatest matchup, and he's a little banged up, right? So generally, I would say start Sterling Shepard all day, but I'm a little hesitant, right? Is that crazy? I think Callaway's got good upside, and I'm a little worried about Bateman as well. I think you definitely start Callaway, but between Bateman and Shepard, it's a very tough decision, and I think either decision is fine. But we've got an extremely small sample size for Bateman, and he saw great target share last week. Don't get me wrong, and this should be a pretty competitive game against Cincinnati, but Cincinnati is also a pretty tough matchup. So, and it's kind of the same basis for Shepard, right? This actually should be a decent game between the Giants and the Panthers, right? I don't look for the Panthers to pull away in too crazy fashion. So, it's a tough call. I like the upside a little bit more of Shepard, as we don't have a great sample size from Bateman, but Bateman might be a sneaky play. I think if it was me, as long as we know Sterling Shepard is active tomorrow, I think I'd lean Shepard just due to volume overall, and then Callaway. All right, guys. FIFA Flow, what's going on, brother? Good to see you. Damian Harris or Sterling Shepard at flex? Great question. That's tough. I think Damian Harris is going to have a pretty good day against the Jets. Coming off of his best rushing performance of the season. So I love Damian Harris this week. He was in my must-start video, right? I don't mind Ramondre Stevenson as well. But once again, I love Sterling Shepard, man. Very high on him in the offseason, preseason. And I still think just due to volume alone, he's a great start. It's not a great matchup. He's banged up like we just talked about. If it's full PPR, maybe take a gamble on Shepard. But if it's not, then I think you lean Damian Harris. And if it is full PPR, think either way, you're making a good start, whether you start Damian Harris or Sterling Shepard. So I like both of those guys, man. I think it's a good start either way. I think you flip a coin, you still get a good start. So let me know where your head's at, FIFA, and then we'll keep moving forward there, man. Matt, also interesting trade question. I don't know if I asked you before, but should I trade Eckler for Diggs and CEH? It's a good question. I would lean no, unless you're really, really hurting at the wide receiver position. If you are, then you could think about it, but I don't. It's a lot of value to lose at the RB position. And now I see you saying that you could ask for CD over Diggs. I would still lean Diggs, but I mean, I don't mind getting CD as well. I mean, I view those guys pretty similar fashion, both on an offense, with a lot of mouths to feed, both the number one guy in their respective offenses, both in offenses that are performing at very high levels, or both their defenses are playing well. So I think they're in very similar positions overall. Um, I don't mind if you end up as CD or Diggs, right? I think you just roll with whoever you have more personal conviction in, right? So I like both of those guys quite a bit, but I just don't know if it's quite enough. I mean, CEH has played fine when healthy, but hasn't played great. You know what I'm saying? So it's a lot to give up. I mean, Eckler is top 3 running back right now. You know, if you're truly, truly hurting, okay, I see you saying my wide receivers are rough, dude. I'm not even gonna lie. I mean, I don't think it's an awful trade. Don't get me wrong, but losing Eckler, even if your wide receivers are rough, is going to hurt. Let me know, Matt, what your overall roster looks like. We'll keep dissecting that one for you, my guy. FIFA Flow, I'm 1-5. No one wants CMC, so I had to do CMC and Deontay Johnson for Najee. My other 2 wide receivers are Diggs and Jefferson. Okay, I don't mind that. I don't mind that. Juan, Eli Mitchell, Rashad Penny, if he plays at flex. I mean, I think if Rashad Penny plays and we know Collins is out, that he's a pretty good start versus the Saints. I mean, the Saints have been good against opposing running backs, don't get me wrong, but I think just due to volume alone and how we saw the Seahawks lean on Alex Collins versus the Pittsburgh Steelers last week, and he looked quite good. Actually, the Seahawks looked pretty good overall versus Steelers. So I think I want to lean Rashad Penny, but you guys are going to be really upset with me if I don't recommend starting Elijah Mitchell. So I'd be interested in the chat for you guys to let me know what you guys think about Elijah Mitchell at the moment, because I don't feel great about this backfield, but I don't want to, get everyone off of starting Elijah Mitchell if they've got good conviction in him overall. So I think personally I would like Penny as long as we know Collins isn't playing, but you could start Elijah. I mean, Elijah Mitchell is probably going to see the same amount of volume as Penny. So Matt, he's got Saquon. Maybe ask for him instead. Doubt he budges though. I mean, I think it's a fair trade, quite honestly, man. Eckler has been amazing this season. So Saquon's hurt. He's played very well when healthy, but I mean, I think Saquon and Diggs or Saquon and CD is a much better trade than CH and either CD or Stephon Diggs. So I would try and do that. All right, let's see here. FIFA Flow, Matt Persky, have a great rest of the day. So stream. Good luck to everybody tomorrow. Appreciate you coming out for a bit, FIFA, and we will see you soon. Hope you have a great Sunday, and good luck to you tomorrow as well. Christian, do you guys also watch basketball? I mean, I'm gonna be honest, I don't. I don't mind basketball. I don't keep up with it until the playoffs, which just being honest. But football is really the only sport that I keep up with, 24/7 year round. But I will watch basketball once we get into playoffs. Matt, wide receivers are rough because it's a vampire league and I'm the vamp. There you go. And speaking on basketball, when I say playoffs, I'm just gonna be honest once again. I really mean like the very end of the playoffs. Just put that out there. Jesse's Unfro. What's going on? Unfroy. Sorry. If you're new to the catch, I do pronounce a lot of things wrong. But also, if you're new to the catch, make sure you consider subscribing down below, becoming part of the catch fam. Down bad in an 18-man league right now. Pick 2, Ayuk, Aguilar, Callaway, and Hardman. I would roll personally with Ayuk and Callaway. I see the largest upside out of those 2 players. I would stay away from Aguilar. Not a great matchup, believe it or not, versus the Jets. And I want to like Hardman, man, but I just cannot trust these Kansas City skill players who are not Travis Kelsey or Tyreek Hill, right? I know Ayuk has been pretty disappointing, but it's a good matchup versus San Francisco, and I see some upside availability there, right? Callaway, once again, inconsistent, but he's actually on the season has not played that poorly, right? Is he touchdown dependent? Sure, but can't you argue that any of these guys are touchdown dependent, right? Especially Aguilar and Hardman, Callaway, and Ayuk, right? They're definitely a little bit touchdown dependent overall. So it's a good matchup for Callaway versus Seattle. It's not the best matchup. It's not the worst matchup, right? 18th overall against, well, at least around that number. So I would lean Callaway and Ayuk, Jesse. I think that those are probably the plays that are going to give you the best upside availability as well as the biggest potential to find the red zone. All right, let's see here. Jerry, what's up, boys? I can watch for a bit. Jerry, what's going on, man? What's going on with Jerry tonight? Everyone, welcome Jerry to the chat. Glad you got to come out for a bit, Jerry. It's good to see you, my guy. Matt, I've got Myers, Hollywood, Sterling, and Cole Beasley, and I've got Tony. Jason says he could try to trade Eckler and Meh receiver for Diggs and Lamb. That's a good point too. That kind of crossed my mind. I mean, obviously, if you're getting rid of Eckler, you want someone to replace him down the line. I'm assuming, but if you're confident in the running backs that you already have, Matt, um, it might make more sense to just roll for Diggs and Lamb and just get an immediate upgrade, right? I would try to keep Hollywood and Sterling. And I mean, I do like Cole Beasley, right? He has these big performances like we saw last week versus Tennessee on Monday night. But also, he's a little bit inconsistent just because that Bills offense has so many mouths to feed, right? So I do think you could make him a part of a trade as well. Myers is seeing great volume, so they're not bad trade options, right? But I would try to stick with Hollywood and Sterling on your roster. Maybe you take a chance on trading Hollywood just because we're seeing Bateman start to turn up. Well, maybe not turn up, but at least getting some attention, right? Maybe that trickulates into Hollywood Brown's overall volume. We'll find out. But, uh, you know, I would hate to see, I mean, Hollywood Brown's a top 10 receiver right now. So I would hate to see you lose him. Let's see here. Juan would love to hear your thoughts on my team. Josh Allen, Najee, CMC, Terry, Ridley, Keenan Allen, Andrews, tight end. That's a fantastic team. It's a beautiful team. It'll be very, very good once CMC is healthy, right? I know Terry and Ridley have been a little inconsistent at times, but overall, man, I love that team. Juan, I think it's a solid A. Maybe a B minus just due to injuries, but dude, Terry, Ridley, and Keenan Allen. I know that they're not offering crazy ceilings on a weekly basis, but those are three extremely consistent receivers who can go off at any point in time, right? Josh Allen, a fantastic quarterback to have this year. Najee Harris, probably going to finish top 6. I won't be surprised if he finishes closer to top 5 RBs on the season. CMC when he's healthy, right? So I'm assuming, Juan, that you've got someone to fill in for CMC in the meantime. So yeah, and Mark Andrews is potentially having his best season of all time. Although he started off on a very slow pace, he looks fantastic right now. So love the team, man. Absolutely. Digby Dog 9, what's going on? It's good to see you, man. Hope you're doing fantastic tonight. Who do I start in my flex? Darrell Williams or Hunter Renfro? I would start Darrell Williams. I do. I mean, Tennessee played very well against the running backs last week, Zach Moss and Devin Singletary. But I think just due to the volume that we're going to see in that game, the game script, amount of points scored, et cetera, it should be similar to what we saw out of Tennessee and Buffalo. But the upside for Williams is that he was used very heavily in the red zone last week versus the Washington football team. And listen, the Chiefs are the Chiefs, man, but Tennessee has only lost 2 games this season, guys. And they seem to look like the Tennessee Titans that we're used to, who just run the football, don't play any defense, and get these almost like fluke wins sometimes, right? So I do think this game will be pretty competitive from Tennessee's side. And I do believe that Kansas City is going to have to stay competitive in this game as well. So I would roll with Darrell Williams between the two. Matt, I've got Dalvin, Patterson, and Khalil as my other running backs. Man, that combination of Dalvin and Eckler is just filthy, though. And Patterson at the flex. Ooh, hate to see you lose Eckler. But I think let's look at this one more time, man. If you can trade Myers and Cole and add one of them on. I mean, I'd love to see you get CD and Diggs, but I'd also love to see you replace Eckler with another stud down the road like Barkley. So uh, I would personally lean with trying to get one of those receivers without losing Hollywood Brown, right? I mean, that's really important to me in this equation. Then I would also try to not lose Sterling Shepard. But I do think you should try and get a replacement for Eckler as well. And I think that Barkley is the better replacement. One more time, howdy. Hope all is well. Thanks for that, man. Hope you're doing fantastic. Thanks for coming out tonight. It's good to see you. Are you kind of wishing 9:30 a.m. is going to happen like the past couple of weeks? If that's in reference to a London game, then I don't mind the London games at all, but not necessarily. I don't feel like waking up early tomorrow, so not necessarily, if I'm being honest. Who with Waller possibly out? Renfro, Mooney, or Bateman? I'm still leaning Mooney. I love this matchup versus the Bucks. It's I think Mooney's going to score tomorrow. I really do. Is he going to have a fantastic game? Are the Bears going to play fantastic? Probably not, but I can definitely see Mooney getting the end zone. So I would roll with Mooney, even with Waller potentially being out. Juan currently got either Penny or Mitchell to fill in CMC. Okay, nice, nice. I think those are fine for now. So yeah, I like that team quite a bit, Juan. Yeah, we'll give you a solid A for sure. Mecky the Goat, what's going on, man? It's good to see you here as always. Start three: Mixon, Henderson, Swift, and Patterson. Gosh, that's tough. I'm rolling Henderson for sure, even though it's a tough matchup. Or excuse me, it's not that tough a matchup. Um, it's a great matchup versus Detroit. Once again, getting my weeks backwards, but Henderson's been on fire, man. You got to start Henderson this week versus Detroit, and the Rams are going to try and stick it to this Lions team. So you're definitely starting Henderson. I think you lean Mixon here, right? It should be a competitive game, and yeah, I love Mixon right now. So I'd roll Mixon. It's tough between Swift and Patterson. And I do think Swift will have a decent game. We'll see a lot of garbage time work. I do think the Rams are going to beat up on the Lions a little bit. So I do think Swift will be heavily involved, but it's a better matchup overall for Patterson. So I would lean Patterson, man, out of those three, right? Or I guess out of the two between Swift and Patterson. So if it was my lineup, I think I'd have Mixon, Henderson, and Patterson, but it would pay me to bench Swift, right? With knowing what he can do. So I think no matter who you start, you're going to have a solid lineup, right? Um, but I think if it's me just looking at the matchups and the game scripts, I think Swift is who I would leave out there. Juke, in your opinion, is Javonte Williams going to start to take more of a load after Thursday's game? I want that to happen, but I've been saying that every single week since week one, so I don't quite know. I mean, Melvin Gordon had a good game too. Is kind of the conflicting part, right? Um, Listen, man, I want it to be Williams, but really, if you take away, it's interesting, right? If you take away the touchdown, which is a receiving touchdown, he's got a decent game, right? And he's had a lot of decent games where if he just got in the end zone, he'd be a must start running back every single week, even if he got in the end zone in just half those games, right? Um, so I definitely want it to happen, but I don't quite know when it's going to happen. It's a good observation, though, for sure. But interesting thing is Melvin Gordon got in the end zone as well, so I think that complicates things. Luis, what's going on, man? Hope you're doing well. Corey Davis or Herbert full PPR for flex. I like both of these guys. Excuse me. Wow. I'm not crazy about both of these guys this week, right? Both tough matchups. Corey Davis in New England, Herbert versus the Bucks. Very, very bad matchups for each of these guys, right? Oh man, if I even though it's full PPR, I would just lean Herbert and hope he gets in the end zone because I don't think Corey Davis is going to have a good game. But Anytime I recommend benching Corey Davis, he goes off. So maybe do the opposite of what I'm saying. And then anytime I start him, he has like 5 points or less. So I don't know if I can read Corey Davis correctly, but I think if it was me, I'd lean Herbert, although it is a tough matchup against the Bucks. Juan, thanks, man. Have a good night. Appreciate that, brother. Good luck tomorrow. Thanks, man. Good luck to you as well. And thanks for coming through for a bit. Uh, Sway Thrashy Marcus. Sorry. Welcome to the catch, where I'm very, very bad at pronouncing everything. Hope you consider subscribing down below and becoming part of the catch fam. And thanks for coming out, nonetheless. All right, let's get to the question, man. Who would you drop amongst IU, Hilton, or Bateman 12 team half PPR? Great question here. Quite honestly, I've got a weird feeling about Ayuk, right? That he's going to start to perform a little bit better. Um, but I just don't know when it's going to be, right? Hilton looked good in his return. Um, so for me, I definitely keep Bateman. Okay, I think he's got the largest upside moving forward between those three guys, right? Absolutely hold on to Bateman, but I think it's kind of a toss up between Ayuk and Hilton. And I want to like Hilton, but I think due to being prone to injuries, to being a little bit older, and the Colts, a little wishy washy. Don't get me wrong, the Niners, somewhat wishy washy and a little injury prone too. I think you could flip a coin between dropping Ayuk and Hilton. Um, if it was my roster, I see a little bit more of upside potential with Ayuk than I do with Hilton. So I think I drop Hilton, but quite honestly, I view all three of those guys in relatively similar fashion. Although I think Bateman's going to present the best opportunity moving forward. So if you want any more clarification on that, please let me know. If you have any other questions on the night, please let me know as well. All right, guys, make sure we're smashing that like button on our way. And man, let's try and get as many new viewers to the Saturday night hangout as possible. And guys, if you are new here, please consider subscribing down below, becoming part of the Catch fam tonight. And I appreciate everyone coming out, man. We're gonna have a great time. You already know what time it is, man. Saturday night's always a blast. Great way to top off the week. LeBron's brain just thought about trading Emmanuel Sanders, Gallup, and Gibson for Ridley and Jacobs. Any thoughts? Yeah, I like that trade. I love the way Emmanuel Sanders is playing. I don't think he loses too much value with Gallup, although he could be a little sneaky on his way back, right? Gibson's been injury prone. Don't get me wrong. In the past, Jacobs has been as well, but I think it's an upgrade. Getting Ridley and Jacobs. So I like that trade, LeBron's brain. As long as you have someone on the waiver wire that you can add right away. I mean, the biggest value you're losing there is definitely Emmanuel Sanders, but I like that trade overall, man. All right, let's see here, and I hope you're doing well, LeBron's brain. It's always good to see you, my guy. So let me know what's going on with you, dude. B Dubs, what's going on, brother? Good to see you, man. Let me know what's up, man. Everyone, let me know what you're up to. How everyone's weekend is going. It's good to see everyone, man. Start two. Patterson, Chase, Daryl Williams. I like Daryl Williams this week, but I would lean Patterson and Chase all day. And he cannot bench Jamar Chase right now, regardless of matchup. And this is going to be a competitive game versus the Ravens. We want to start Jamar Chase this week if we own him. And Patterson going up against the Dolphins. Come on, man. You got to start those two guys. But do you like Williams this week? If you have a scare and you put him in your lineup last minute, I think it'll be fine. But if it was my lineup, I'd definitely have Patterson and Chase out there, man. Paul Miller, Freeman, or Stevenson or Collins. I have both my starting RBs on bye. Herbert is my other option. Okay, Paul. You got pretty good, options to work with. I would lean Devonta Freeman as he looked pretty good last week, right? And once again, this Bengals Ravens game is going to be relatively competitive overall. So I like him. I want to like Stevenson overall, but I think there's a little bit of a gamble there, right? Just being that Damian Harris played quite well. I'm starting Stevenson in my 20-man league, but that's out of pure desperation. Collins a little banged up. We don't actually know if Collins is going to play, right? I don't mind Herbert either. He could definitely find the end zone, but it's a very tough matchup versus Tampa Bay. So I would definitely start Freeman. He's got probably the most going for him, right, out of these guys. I would really consider taking a gamble on Stevenson, I guess, versus the Jets. But I don't see that game being incredibly high scoring. So, I don't know if Collins is going to be out there. So I think it's definitely Freeman. And then you got to monitor that Collins situation, but it doesn't look quite good. So I think I'm leaning between Stevenson and Herbert. So let me know if that was helpful, if you need any more clarification on that. Billy Galt, what's going on, man? Should I trade Jamar for Ridley? I don't think I would, quite honestly. I mean, I love Ridley, don't get me wrong, but I would hold on to Jamar Chase, guys. He has been fantastic this season. If it was me personally, I'd be content with Jamar Chase. And quite frankly, you could trade Jamar Chase for probably more than just one player. I mean, don't get me wrong. I think Ridley's going to have a very good rest of the season, but I would personally rather have Jamar Chase. But good question, Billy. If you got any more in the night, please let me know. Uh, let's see here. Jew, I have Goddard and Gronk and just dropped Ertz for Boss because he's still a free agent today. Thoughts? Isn't Corey Davis playing New England again? Thought their plan was to shut down the wide receiver one. Yeah, I accidentally said that I love Corey Davis this week, but I meant to say the exact opposite. Yeah, I would not start Corey Davis this week, right? Bill Belichick's going to work on taking that X factor out, and Corey Davis is the only X factor. I mean, I think Jamison Crowder could have a pretty good game unless Bill decides to change things up and uh, take Crowder out of the game and let Corey Davis fly. But I would assume Corey Davis having his worst game on the season versus New England has another bad outing tomorrow. So Goddard and Gronk just dropped Ertz for Boss. Yeah, I think that's fine, man. You can roll on the season in full confidence with Goddard and Gronk, and Tyler Boss probably going to be the number one kicker on the year. So I think it's a good move for sure. LeBron's brain skipped. I thought I got you, man. I thought we went over the trade. Let me know if you had another question that accidentally skipped, my guy. Paul, who should I start? Okay, so we got to that one as well. Let's see here. Juke, Bateman or Michael Pittman is supposed to reign in San Fran. I want to like Bateman a lot, but I do think due to volume alone, even if it's a rain game, you roll Michael Pittman. Let's see here. Richard Glass, the order of comments, I mean. Are my comments out of order? Let me know. Amar, what's going on, brother? Hope you're doing well tonight. Higgins or Shepard? That's a good question. I do think that the Bengals are going to have a pretty good day. It's going to be a competitive game versus the Ravens. I could definitely see Higgins getting the end zone. Shepard is a little banged up. It's a tougher matchup versus Carolina, so you might want to take that into consideration. But I kind of think Tyler Boyd and Jamar Chase might have a better day than Higgins, right? I do think we might see Humphrey on Higgins, but it's tough to say because I can definitely see Higgins having a good weekend as well. So I think either start is fine. But Shepard's a little banged up. It's a tough matchup. So I think I'm leaning Higgins here. Let us know in the chat for Mark. Would you guys start Higgins versus the Ravens or Shepard versus the Panthers? It's a good question. LeBron's brain. Richard, you watching that Bama game? I'm sure he is. Oliver, is Julio Jones going to play? I believe so. Last I've read, he is going to play. Julio or Crowder? It's a good question, man. I would still lean Julio in just a game that the game script should be a little bit more in favor of that Tennessee Titans offense versus Kansas City, right? I mean, I want to like Crowder this week. I do think he could have a sneaky good game. But Patriots have been pretty good against posting wide receivers. So I think I'm leaning Julio between the two, Oliver. Let me know where your head's at and what you're thinking, Oliver. Blammo time, what's the etiquette when it comes to a noob that isn't filling an empty spot on their roster? I did send a message to him in the league. I want competition. Then I think you did. I think you did the right thing. As long as you tried to contact him and he put it out in your league. I mean, you went the extra mile, man. I usually just contact the person. I'm like, yo, what the hell, man? So I think you did. You performed very well with your etiquette. Yes, I think you did everything right. Let's see here. Richard Glass, LeBron's brain trying to defense is terrible tonight. Otis, start Hunter Henry or Gasecki. I think they're both fantastic starts this week. You could consider starting one at the tight end position and flexing one if possible. Hunter Henry versus the Jets. Hunter Henry going off the last couple of weeks, being very consistent. Same with Mike Gesicki facing the Falcons. They're both fantastic matchups. I feel like the Falcons and Dolphins game will be higher scoring. So maybe you lead game script with Gesicki. But either way, you're going to have a great number one tight end in. And if you're really hurting this week, like I said, you can start both of those guys. All right, let's see here. Good question, though, Otis. Let me know if you got any more on the night. Richard Glass. As someone that lives in Houston, I blame Bill O'Brien for everything this season in Alabama. Fair enough. Justin Hammonds. Collins or Michael Carter? Depends if Collins plays. If he does, and I think you lean Collins, although it's a tough matchup, but that didn't seem to matter against the Pittsburgh Steelers. Sorry, guys. I got like an itch on my head under my hat. That's like driving me crazy. Okay. If Collins plays, then I think he's a fine start. If he doesn't, well, it's not a great start for Michael Carter versus New England. I think due to volume alone, you can put some faith in Michael Carter. Let's see who messaged my opponent last week telling him his kicker and D were on bye. He beat me by like 10 points. Pain. Yikes. Yikes. LeBron's brain. The problem with Bama is he have 1 or 2 good seasons with a secondary coach, and then they leave for more money because of his success at Bama. That's probably true. LeBron's brain. They're still the best over the decade. There you go. Otis, I was also leading Gesicki. I mean, I'm starting Gesicki in 2 leagues this week. I mean, I don't have Hunter Henry in either of those leagues. So I don't know if it's applicable. But overall, man, yeah, I like my Gesicki quite a bit this week. I got to take off my hat and itch my head. Look at me without a hat on. Look at that. That's awful. Wow. Why is my head so itchy? All right, guys. There was a Saturday night action for you guys. All right. Yeah, Otis, I do like Gesicki quite a bit this week, though. Richard Glass. I never messaged my opponent. I'm here to win. Fair enough. Fair enough. It depends on the opponent. Sometimes I'm like, Sometimes, though, I see other people who I know won't hit up their opponent that they have someone not in their lineup or someone who's been deemed out or on bye week, whatever, right? And I know that specific owner is not going to do anything, and I'll hit up the other guy because sometimes I need the person with the advantage to lose, right? To help me. So maybe, I mean, in that circumstance, I'm also here to win, Richard. Richard, if Steven forgot to start someone, would you message him? No way. No way. Not at all. Not in a million years, Richard. No way. No. But I will say, I've never seen Steven forget to check his lineup or anything like that. But no, to answer your question, Richard, absolutely not. Otis, I'm flexing McKissick this week. I don't know about flexing Henry and starting Gesicki. I don't mind starting McKissick at all, especially if Gibson is out, right? If Gibson's out, then I think it's fantastic flex. If he's not, you could seriously start 2 tight ends. Don't be too afraid to start 2 tight ends. At least 2 tight ends of that caliber, right? But I like McKissick this week. I think that's fine. Paul, Myers or Higgins, full PPR. Myers scored like no points last time he played the Jets, and Higgins hasn't been the same since he's come back from injury. These are great points, Paul. I like the game script more for the Ravens and Bengals, okay? It should be a higher scoring affair, right? So, yeah, I would lean between the two. I just don't see as many points being put up between the Jets and the Patriots. So I would lean Higgins. As you're saying, they both haven't performed like we would like to see them perform. So if I had to roll with one of the two, I think I'd roll Higgins. Otis, I've heard that Gibson is likely to play tomorrow. Yeah, I'm telling you, man, if he does, you're kind of hoping for him to go down, right? So I think it's not crazy to start both Hunter Henry and Mike Gesicki this week. It's really not. But don't get me wrong, even with Gibson out there, McKissick could have a good game, right? He's going to have a much better game if Gibson is limited or if he doesn't play at all, right? Of course. So it's something to monitor heading into tomorrow for sure. All right, speaking of injuries, let's go back to the injury report. If I can find it and see where we left off. Sorry, I keep moving the camera, guys. Otis, I feel like Gibson will be limited severely. We'll see. LeBron's brain, hey, I have Gibson. They'll put that bad juju out there. Okay, my bad, bro. My bad. All right, where did we leave off? Yeah, the New England Patriots have like 12 players questionable in defense tomorrow. Should be interesting, actually. For the Chiefs, nothing notable except maybe Anthony Hitchens. Okay, well, Anthony Hitchens is out, but then questionable. Tyreek Hill is questionable. Like I said, is pretty notable, as is Chris Jones. The Titans, yeah, Taylor Lewan is out. That is a big knock for them. And then Julio and Jeremy McNichols are questionable, but I do believe what I last read is that Julio is supposed to play, but don't quote me on that. Washington football team, Curtis Samuel still out. Antonio Gibson questionable. For the Packers, Josh Myers, their center, is still out. Preston Smith, Kevin King, and Darnell Savage are all questionable. That Packers secondary is banged up. Let's see here. Paul says Collins is starting according to Yahoo. Well, I'll have to check that. I believe you, though. I absolutely believe you. But yeah, we'll have to look into it. But I don't mind starting 2 tight ends this week, man. Let's see here. Hot take here from LeBron's brain. I feel the Gibson injury is overrated and might just be hairline, and everyone's taking it to a high level. It could be. Maybe it's strategic, too, by the Washington football team, right? I wouldn't be surprised. Jerry, I know you told me not to start Seals Jones, but I have a good feeling in my gut. Hey, man, if you've got the conviction, I will never talk you out of the conviction, man. Because at the end of the day, it's just me evaluating stats, matchups, game script, right? And at the end of the day, conviction can be the strongest thing, right? Johnson, right, on the Browns, I was like, I just feel good about it. I think he's going to have a good game, even though it's a bad matchup. And the Browns have Case Keenum starting, and the receivers are banged up, and et cetera, et cetera. I was like, I think he's going to have a good game. So he's in 2 of my primary lineups, and he had a good game. So, I think conviction is a very big part of fantasy football overall. So, hey, I'm not knocking it, Jerry. Jason, I trust the fantasy doctors when it comes to Gibson. Fair enough. Fair enough. I haven't checked out what they've said about him. Dolphins, Devontae Parker is questionable with a shoulder and hamstring injury. Xavier Howard's still questionable, as is Brian Jones, which definitely will affect things if those two don't strap up. Ravens, Latavius Murray is out. Sammy Watkins is out. And Alondro Villanueva is questionable. Lions, DeAndre Swift is questionable, like he is every single week. TJ Hawkinson is questionable. And for the Rams, just Sony Michel is questionable. Let's see here. Eagles, nothing notable. Raiders, nothing notable. Texans, nothing notable. Cardinals, nothing too notable there. Bears, Allen Robinson, questionable. Bucks, Antonio Brown, out. Robert Gronkowski, out. Levante David and Richard Sherman, out. O.J. Howard, questionable, as is Jason Pierre-Paul. So some pretty big names there for the Bucks, out/questionable. Colts, we've got T.Y. Hilton, out. Ooh, we had a question earlier containing T.Y. Hilton and 2 other players to start 2. Bateman, Ayuk, and Hilton, correct? Well, there's your answer. You're not starting T.Y. Hilton. Rocky Asen is out. 49ers, Trey Lance is out. Trent Williams is doubtful. For the Saints, Taysom Hill still out. Deontay Harris is out. For the Seahawks, Alex Collins questionable. And that is all. That is all we have. Okay, there's the injury report. Latest I could find, at least. Do fantasy doctors get access to X-rays? I do not know. I do not know if they do. I mean, they're just a YouTube channel called Fantasy Doctors, so probably not. But probably a much better understanding of what's going on there than someone like I would, right? Swift questionable for the past 2 weeks. Yeah, his touches have gone up. Yeah. Lions doing that on purpose. Oh, interesting, right? Jason Swift's been questionable this entire year. I ignore it. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, he's a player. He's going to be questionable on a consistent basis. So I would ignore it as well. Absolutely. All right, guys, let me know what else is going on, man. Let me know what other fantasy questions you've got on the night. And let's make sure we smash that like button, get as many new viewers to the stream as possible. And if you guys are new here, I do kindly ask that you consider subscribing down below. All right. All right, all right, all right. So we'll probably fire up some Madden tonight as well. And we'll just be cooling for a while, guys. So I can go through my starting lineups on the week, although they're not very exciting. I'll tell you guys that much. Having to start some players that I really don't want to start this week. I'm considering, I think Rashad Penny is still available in my primary league, and I'm considering picking him up. I just don't have a lot of room to work with in terms of who I could drop, right? So I am a little bit worried about that. But whew, there are other players out there I want as well. So we'll see. I mean, the Bateman and Devonta Parker are hanging out there, and I could use them in that league. Let's see here. All right, let's get Madden fired up. You guys keep the fantasy Q&A rolling as well. And yeah. Jerry, everyone's reaction to me picking up the Bills made me laugh. I was very upset about that, man. Yeah. Very upset with you, Jerry. But I'll get over it. Richard, I was questioning what day it was. LeBron's brain. Yeah, Jerry, we're all mad at you. Just kidding. We're not mad at you, Jerry. But I really wanted the Bills defense in our league. I really did. But I'm happy you got them, man. I am. Definitely will help out your roster in the long run. LeBron's brain, I gave up. Fair enough. Fair enough. All right, let's see here. Let's go ahead and get Madden pulled up. Gee, the only decent one left is everyone in my league is holding two defenses for some reason. The only decent one left is Cowboys defense. That I would go after them if you can pick them up, man. Yeah, you should absolutely go after the Cowboys defense if you can. All right, let's see here. LeBron's right. There's not an edit button for comments. Yeah, you can always just retract the live chat and then type it out again. Let's see, Emily. Good evening. What's going on? I missed your take on Michael Carter. What are your thoughts on him this week? I don't mind him. It's not a great matchup, right? But I don't mind him this week at all. Due to volume alone, he should have a pretty good game. So I don't mind him this week. Yeah. I know it's not a great analysis, but I do think that he's a decent start this week. Uh, just due to volume alone, right? He does look like he's becoming that number one guy. So yeah, if you have to start him, then I don't think it's a bad start by any means. Do you have New Orleans right now? Okay, that's fine then. But if you're worried, I mean, they've already had their bye week, and Dallas is currently on their bye week. So I think both are good streaming options down the road. So if you're worried about not having, or having the Saints against bad, are good offenses and bad maps, then I think you can pick them up after the week. As Jason's pointing out, they are on bye week, but they're a fine defense to have as well. So yeah. Let me know, guys, if the stream is a little laggy for you guys. Give me a thumbs up if the stream looks fine for you guys. Let's see here. Bronze Brain, how many points do you think the Rams D get this week? Man, they turned up last week. Yeah. Um, man, I won't be surprised if they come out and get 12 to 15 points. But I do think the Lions will hang around a little bit in this game. All right, let's see if we can't get Madden firing up. But I definitely think the Rams are going to win, and probably pretty high fashion. Yeah, let me know if the stream looks okay for you guys. All right, let's see here. All right, guys, keep the Q&A rolling. You guys are killing it tonight. And we'll hop into some Madden as well. Let me know what else is going on, guys, how everyone's doing. We'll just be hanging for a minute. Saturday night late stream, man. You guys know what time it is. Jason says 15 points for the Rams. I could definitely see that. Could definitely see that. Blame my time. Stream looks good. Okay, it's probably just on my end then. All right, let's see here. Okay, so we've got my Broncos. Let's roll with the face of the franchise. That's right. We're playing face of the franchise now. Got drafted to the Jets. We had some monster games last night. LeBron's brain. I pray to sweet baby Jesus the night that McCaffrey comes back. Week 9. I need to. Yeah, I need to. I really need McCaffrey back in my life. Missed him. All right, let's see. John Madden. That's me on the Jets. Jerry, my team is looking real good going into tomorrow. Yeah, it's going to be an interesting week of fantasy. There's a lot of matchups that are so-so. There's a lot of matchups where certain players have, or certain teams have a little bit, advantages that other teams don't have. So we'll see. We'll see. All right, I think I'm like leading the league in every category in passing right now. Yeah, let me know for week 7. What are your advantages and what are your disadvantages on your roster? Carter Landry's mission. Paul, Lions are getting blown out. It's going to be bad. Lions lose 52-7. Yeah, I could actually see that happening. Gio, I need Aaron Jones to drop a solid 30 points to match my opponent's Johnson. Got $100 on Lions losing by more than 16.5. I think both could happen. Both could happen. Yeah, I could definitely see the Lions losing by 16 or more. And I could definitely see Aaron Jones having a pretty solid as well. Washington football team defense has played just quite awfully. Quite awfully. Is that a sentence? But yeah, I mean, it's gonna be tough. I do think that there's gonna be some garbage time involved, and we're gonna see a little bit of AJ Dillon involved. But Aaron Jones could get 30 points in a very, very short amount of time. So we'll see what happens, man. Samuel, what's going on? Hope you're doing well tonight. Thanks for coming out to the stream for a bit. Hey, New England or LA Rams defense? They're both great matchups this week, right? But I think you got to lean on the Rams, man. Rams going against the Lions. We are just talking about that game. Just talking about that defense as well. Yeah, I feel really good about that matchup. Don't get me wrong. New England balled out against Zach Wilson, but I do think that Wilson's improved a little bit since, what was that, week 2 or week 3? And don't get me wrong, I do think the Jets are not the Jets. I mean, the Patriots are going to have a very good day defensively, but I would rather take the momentum of the Rams versus the Lions. If it was my roster personally, I would definitely start the Rams defense. So good question, Samuel. If you've got any others on the night, please feel free to hit me up, man. If you're new here, please consider subscribing down below, becoming part of the Catch family. Guys, let's make sure we are smashing that like button, trying to get as many new viewers to the stream as possible. But man, you guys are killing it tonight. Just happy that we've got the community out here tonight. Saturday night, man, always a blast with you guys. LeBron's brain, if you could guess CD's points week 8 against Minnesota by 2 points in either direction, I'll give you $5. Example, if he gets 100 and he gets 102 or 98, I'll give you the 5. Ooh. Ooh, that's tough. So they're playing Minnesota. All right. I'm gonna guess a solid 15 points for CD Lamb. 15 points, the Bronze. Richard, can I guess how many I want him to get since I'm playing him? LOL 0. Fair enough. Fair enough, Richard. Yeah, I'd say 15 points against Minnesota. I think that's a pretty good estimate. Coming off his best game of the season, though, man. But I could definitely see him getting a good 15 points. I feel like that's a safe estimate. And it doesn't hurt Richard too badly. So I'm looking out for Richard as well. Yeah, I was looking. I mean, next week's bye weeks are not nearly as bad. We only got 2 teams on bye week next week. So um, I think after week 7, guys will recuperate a little bit better, get back to, normal fantasy football for once. Oliver, what's going on? Julio or Crowder? It's a good question. I think I'm leaning Crowder here, right? Or excuse me, I think I'm leaning Julio here. Um, I don't mind Crowder this week versus New England. I would way rather start, Crowder over Corey Davis. But at the same time, I think I'd lean Julio. But it's a tough call. Let us know in the chat. Would you guys start Crowder at New England or Julio at Kansas City? I just think it's such a good matchup for Julio, and he's due for a big game, right? He hasn't had one, and he was starting to get his stride going last week against the Bills. Don't get me wrong; he's a little banged up. If he doesn't play, then of course you're going to start Crowder, right? But overall, man, it's it's a tough call, and I think I would personally lean. I'm going back and forth on this one, man. I really am. But I think I'd definitely roll Julio. But I could go back and forth on that one. That's tough. Let's see. LeBron's brain. Well, wrong. He's getting 30 plus. We'll see. We'll see. Richard says, "Oh snap." Oliver Crowder is the best free agent pickup. Julio's list is questionable. Thanks for the advice. Yeah, I mean, I think they're both fine starts. I truly do. I mean, I actually see their ceiling being relatively similar, but I just think it's a better game script for Julio. I can see there being more points put up in that game overall. I don't really see New England or the New York Jets putting up a lot of points. So I like the game script more for Julio, right? And it is a little bit of a better matchup as well. So I think that's where I would lean between the two. But don't get me wrong, Julio's a little bit banged up. He hasn't really had like a crazy performance this season in quite some time, right? So it might be a little bit of a gamble to start Julio, but I just like the overall game script a little bit more, right? So let me know if that was helpful at all. Because, like I said, they're both good matchups. And wow, it's got Julio Jones to drop a pass here in Madden, so maybe that's a sign. Let's see here. Blama time CD is splash play guy can see 2 or 3 plays for at least 40 yards in a TD against Minnesota. Yeah, I can see that too. Richard Glass, if he doesn't score 30, do we all get 50 or $5 from you? Yeah, that's a good question, LeBron's. All right, extra point podcast. What's going on? Darnold or Tua is a great question. I like both of these guys this week. It's a pretty good matchup for Darnold versus the Giants, right? So I like that matchup. I don't mind it. I did put out a video earlier this week on quarterbacks to stream, and those are 2 of the main guys I talked about in said video. But yeah, I don't mind Darnold this week. I think he bounces back. We see him get back to how he was playing earlier in the season, or at least a little bit closer in comparison to how he's played in the last 2 weeks. But listen, man, I also I like our guy Tua quite a bit. Okay, um, it is a tough call between the 2, but I just think overall we're going to see more points put up in the Falcons and Dolphins game, right? And don't get me wrong. I mean, I guess that Carolina Giants game could get a little out of hand, but personally, I think I'd roll with Tua. I had conviction in him earlier in the week, right? And I think I'm going to continue to lean that way as Tua being one of the better streams of the week. I mean, the Atlanta Falcons are the 28th worst team against opposing quarterbacks right now. So I think I'm leaning Tua still. Let me know in the chat. Do you guys think I'm putting too much faith in Tua? I mean, he had a very good game last week. I just like this matchup. I don't think there's going to be a lot of defense involved. If I'm wrong about that, then a lot of you guys are going to be mad at me. But that's just where my conviction is lying right now. So yeah, thanks for the question, Extra Point Podcast. If you got any more on the night, please let me know. And if you are new here, please consider subscribing down below, becoming part of the Catch fam tonight. Guys, let's make sure we're smashing that like button as well. All right, let's see here. All of let's see. LeBron's brain. I'll give you $5, Richard, if you give me 15. Oliver, 2 quarterback league. I have Kyler Murray as my quarterback 1. My only options for QB2, Jimmy G, Goff, or Mills. I would lean Jimmy G. I would. It's a decent matchup. The Colts secondary hasn't been very good. Their front seven's been much better. So it's a pretty good matchup overall, right? He's the most proven quarterback. I mean, I guess you could argue Jared Goff is pretty proven too, right? He did go to Super Bowl, but in terms of fantasy, I would lean Jimmy Garoppolo. I don't see him having a fantastic game by any means, but I think he's a fine play for the week, right? Not my favorite play of the week, but I like him more than Mills or Goff for sure. I don't think Goff is going to have a very good day. So that's where I would lean between the two, definitely. But it's a good question, Oliver. But yeah, I would roll with Jimmy G. I have Jimmy G right now, but I think Goff might be better option. I don't know. It sucks. I don't like Goff this week at all. I mean, I do think that the Lions will hang around a little bit in that game, but I just don't think it's going to be a great output overall. And I do think that, uh, you know, the Rams are going to try and win this football game in pretty high fashion. So, yeah, I would lean Jimmy G. I think it's a fine start for the week, man. Jerry, I finally watched a few videos explaining the Ray Lewis murder case. Yeah, Saturday night, time to talk about Ray Lewis again. He definitely had something to do with it. It's definitely interesting. So it's out there if you guys want to form your opinions. Oliver, I think 2 will be pretty good. Yeah, I agree. I agree. Oliver, you're welcome, my guy. Anytime, bro. That's what we're here for, my guy. Let's see here. Justin, 2 or Matt Ryan. Okay, I like both of these guys. I do. It's a great matchup, but Atlanta, out of the 2, is the worst defense. Now, the thing we want to keep an eye on is Xavier Howard's health and Byron Jones' health. I mean, if they're not playing, then that makes things even more enticing for Matt Ryan going up against this Dolphins defense. This Dolphins defense, regardless, hasn't been great, right? But I mean, the Falcons defense has been far worse. So once again, I mean, you guys are going to hate me if Tua has a bad game or if he gets re-injured or something. But I'm just leaning Tua this week. I really am. He's my top stream of the week. Emily, would you trade Zeke for Mike Williams and Mike Davis? If you're hurting at the receiver position, I'd consider it. I mean, Mike Davis has been pretty consistent, and Mike Williams has been great. So only if you're truly hurting at the receiver position. But man, Zeke has been fantastic this year. So, I would lean trying to potentially keep Zeke if you can. Let's see here. LeBron's brain. I'm down for Hawkinson to score 20 again on the Rams defense. Yeah, that'd be great. They might put Ramsey on Hawkinson. Yeah, they actually might. Although he's been floating this year, they might. Tua has potential considering the division. Yeah, I agree with that statement too. Oh no, giving up a touchdown in Madden. Richard, your Madden game is all kinds of laggy. Uh-oh. Well, thanks for letting me know, Richard. Let me see if I can't get it fixed. Yeah, on my end, things are a little bit laggy. So let's see what happens. Let me see if I can get this up. If not, then we'll just roll with no Madden. Let's see here. The bronze rain, I'm going to say it. Tua isn't worth it because the guy has glass for bones. Might be true. Might be true. All right, let me see here. I'm going to take a look at my gaming setup. Big jigger. Whatever we want to call it. I wonder why it's showing up so laggy for you guys. Go ahead and just quit everything here. Maybe we'll come back to Madden in a bit. All right. Yeah, I mean, that is kind of the risk with Tua, right? He could get hurt, but I hope he doesn't. I hope he doesn't. Jason says I wouldn't at Emily. Zeke is so much more valuable. Yeah, I would hate to see you lose Zeke Elliott. I mean, if you had like no starting receivers in your league, maybe you consider it. But overall, I do think keeping Zeke is the better option there. Justin, you're welcome, my guy. Absolutely. Jerry just got some Chick-fil-A. I also had Chick-fil-A for dinner. My wife wanted Chick-fil-A, so we got Chick-fil-A. You know what I'm saying? So, dude, I got some chicken tortilla soup. It was so tasty. Shout out Chick-fil-A. Richard, you didn't get enough for all of us. Yeah. Jerry, DoorDash, everyone. Chick-fil-A right now. Come to LA. There's enough for everyone. Fair enough. Blammo time. I'd be Mr. Glass too if AJ Epinesa speared my ribs. Yeah, it's probably true. It's probably true. Man, I wonder why my Madden was showing up so laggy. Hard to troubleshoot in the middle of the stream. Hate that. Been working fine this week. It was working surprisingly well. It seems like no matter what capture card I use, what streaming service I use, at some point it ends up just showing up laggy. So I took a break and I exited out. Let's see if Richard Glass side, Mr. Glass. That is true. That is true. Yeah. You are one and only, Mr. Glass. All right, let's see if Madden works a little bit better now. We'll find out. All right, let's see here. Even in college, the dude couldn't stay healthy. Broke his damn hip off a routine tackle. Good. That's fair. That's fair. I don't mind the hot takes on Tua. I'm used to them at this point. All right, let me try and observe if Madden is. Doesn't look like it's much better. Let's see here. Mr. Grapefruit, what's going on, man? Favorite horror movie? That's a good question. Oh, yeah, it does look like Madden is still trying to observe it, but it looks pretty laggy. I'm trying to watch this Madden play to see how good or bad it is. It looks pretty laggy. Looks like I'm playing on a Nintendo. Jerry Johnson gonna get spooked. Not anymore. My wife and I were just watching Hocus Pocus, and then Beetlejuice and Clue. That's the kind of horror level I'm at right now. But uh, favorite horror movie ever? Oh gosh, this is a tough one. I would probably have to say Hereditary. I do think is the best horror movie that I've ever seen. But I like all the classics. I like the original Halloween, Friday the 13th, Nightmare on Elm Street, Rosemary's Baby. I like all those old school ones, man. Uh, Insidious, The First Conjuring. Um, there's plenty of great horror movies out there. Right? Oh, The Babadook. Can't forget about The Babadook. Babadook is definitely one of my favorite. Probably right there with Hereditary. Um, I'm looking at my movie collection. I'm not gonna lie. That's what made me think of Babadook. I would say Hereditary and Babadook. Yeah. But there's plenty of other horror movies that I love too. But yeah, I haven't watched too many horror movies lately. I'm not gonna lie. Richard, Clue is one of the most underrated movies of all time. Yeah, it's a great movie. Great movie. Mr. Grapefruit, The Grudge. I like that call too. But my time original and remake of Dawn of the Dead are fantastic. Yeah, those are great movies. Great movies. Oh gosh, I didn't realize it's like halftime. Oh man, I would have been calling timeouts if I knew that. Oh man, I feel like there's some other movies I'm forgetting here. The Tenant. That's a pretty. I love that movie, although it's made by what's his name, who people don't like for good reason. But um, that's a great one. Saw 1 and 2, The Collector, Wrong Turn. Collector is a good one. Yeah, I mean Saw's great too. Yeah, I like watching like the classic ones towards Halloween though. You know, Halloween, of course. Friday the 13th, Nightmare on Elm Street, all those ones. Exorcist, yeah, that's a great call. That's a great call, Black Time. Jerry, what's your favorite movie from your collection? Ooh, we'll stay on horror movies for another second because I feel like we're getting good brainstorming power going here. Exorcist is great. Yes, yes, yes. That should definitely be up there too. I definitely put that in, as one of the best of all times for sure. Um, man, I just feel like there's like 1 or 2 movies out there that I'm forgetting. Oh my gosh, the Madden really is laggy. I'm looking at it on through my phone. After this game, maybe I'll try and troubleshoot. Texas Chainsaw Massacre, yeah, it's another classic. Favorite movie from my collection. My favorite movies are probably, gosh, this is gonna say a lot about me. Uh, Donnie Darko, Drive, Taxi Driver. Probably my favorite movies. Goodfellas, Nightcrawler, Country for Old Men. Um, gosh, No Country for Old Men is so good. Blammo Time is alien horror, absolutely, and Alien's another great call. Yeah, another great call as well. But I love me, Lord of the Rings trilogy and original Star Wars trilogy, Avengers. Gosh, there's so many movies I could go over right now, though. But yeah, yeah. Drive is probably my favorite movie of all time. If I told you to put a movie on, what's the first movie you grab from your collection? I'd probably try and pick something cheery and not violent. So, yeah, yeah. Oh gosh, Ex Machina is great. That's hiding down there too. Disaster Artist is great. There Will Be Blood. Oh, there's so many. I'd probably pick Bambi. I've got Bambi down there, Jerry. We'd just chill out and watch some Bambi. Uh oh, we got the Dark Knight trilogy hiding down there too. Plenty of good movies down there. Mad Max, Fury Road, Little Miss Sunshine. Man, I've been meaning to watch Lord of the Rings trilogy. I haven't watched it in like a year, so I probably that's what I put on, man. Probably Step Brothers for me. Yeah, I love that. Those Will Ferrell movies as well. Um, Pineapple Express. I mean, I guess that's more the Jonah Hill side of things, but my favorite Will Ferrell movie would be Anchorman for sure. Anchorman. I went bow hunting last night. My dream and killed Bambi's mom. No, LeBron's no. In the Mouth of Madness. It's a good movie too. Blame it time. Yeah, The Departed. I like Scorsese a lot. Big Scorsese fan. I'm like just staring at my movies now, making sure I didn't forget anything. Oh, I liked Us a lot. Us is another good horror movie. Yeah, that one's worth watching. I guess Ex Machina is kind of horror in a way. Logan is another great superhero movie, right? Oh, AJ Brown killing us in Madden. Yeah, so many good movies out there, man. The Big Short, another one of my favorite movies. Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind. There's a good one that I'm forgetting. Love that movie too. All right, Bamboo, what's going on? I got Mooney and AJ Green as my number one and number two for my wide receivers. Is that good? Absolutely. Absolutely, man. Great matchup for AJ Green versus the Texans, and a great matchup for Mooney versus the Bucks. So I think you're going to do just fine right there, man. Those are great calls for this week, my guy. Blamo time, John Carpenter's The Thing. Yes, yes, yes. And Psycho, right? Forgot about Psycho. But yeah, I love The Thing. That's another one I usually watch around Halloween as well. Jerry, I'm a huge fan of the Ocean's trilogy. Those are great movies as well, man. If you ever want to plot a heist, let me know, Jerry. But great call, Blamo time on The Thing. Always forget about that one. But yeah, Bamboo. I really like Mooney this week. My co-host Steven had him in the must-start wide receiver list, and then yeah, it's a great matchup for uh, all of the Cardinals receivers as well. I mean, uh, actually, the Texans have been pretty good against opposing wide receivers. So, but it's still a great matchup. Man, there's no way that the Cardinals don't pull a front up and early. If you had to give up football for your dream girl, would you? Yes, that'd be my wife. So yes, I would. Luckily, she lets me hang out with you guys and stream and run the channel, though. But if she didn't want me to, then yeah, of course I would. All right, let's see here. Ooh, no, you guys can't see due to the lag, but I'm making moves in Madden. Let's see here. Bamboo, what if Callaway and Myers is on waivers? Would that be better? I don't mind Callaway this week, maybe over Green, just because there's so much volume in that offense spread around. But I like Mooney a lot this week, right? I don't think I'd lean Myers versus the Jets. I don't think it's a great game script overall. But yeah, yeah. I think that you could roll with Mooney and AJ Green. But if you don't feel great, then I think Callaway presents some pretty good upside this week. You could, consider him over AJ Green as well. But AJ Green, a very safe player. So let me know if that was helpful, Bamboo. Jerry, I can watch Ocean's 11 over and over again. I think that's my favorite one. I think I also like 13. Can't remember off the top of my head. Dude, the Titans are just getting burnt by Landry. Okay. Blamo time, best sports movie. Ooh. That's tough. White Man Can't Jump. I like how that's my. You guys are probably thinking of like Friday Night Lights or like Rudy or like something inspirational. This is a really stupid story, but I'll tell it to you guys. When I was in like 5th grade, I couldn't make the weight class for my local football team, so I didn't get to play football that year. I got to play flag football though, and I was the center. I was a pretty good center too. But anyways, I remember I was really, really discouraged, and I wasn't going to play football anymore. And then I watched Gridiron Gang with The Rock, and it like got me so pumped up. And as soon as the movie ended, I like looked up the information to, get the information for tryouts the coming year. And I told my parents, I was like, I'm going to play football this year. And I did. And Gridiron Gang with The Rock is what got me back into playing football. So there's my story. But definitely not the best sports movie ever. Not at all. Jerry, would we ever get a John's wife fantasy update? Maybe. Maybe one day. We'll see. LeBron's brain Drake is pretty good. Summer 16 is a classic. I don't have a problem with Drake. I love Drake. Although, I mean, I got to be honest. I lean Kanye between the two, but I do love Drake. I mean, I got his record on the wall right above me. Yeah. Okay, now I see why you brought up Drake. As James Martin asked, Jamal Williams or Drake. Okay. I was like, where did that come from? LeBron's brain. I was like, yeah, Drake is good. I would lean Kenyon Drake between the two, James Martin. I would. Little bit of a better game script. I think that we're going to see more Swift versus Rams and Jamal Williams. So I would lean Kenyon Drake. Bamboo, super helpful. Absolutely, man. That's what we're here for. So you are welcome. No worries, man. If you're new here, make sure you hit that sub button down below. Become part of the Catch fam tonight. All right, let's see here. Jerry, Gridiron Gang. Gridiron Gang. Okay. Gosh. All I remember is it was like The Rock coaching like prisoners, like ex-convicts or something. I don't really remember at all. I just remember I watched that movie and I was like, I'm playing football. I'm doing it. The Rock inspired me. So shout out to The Rock, man. If you find this channel, we love you here at the Catch. All right, let's see here. Blamo time, very epic. Any inspiration is a good thing. Yes. Yeah, I was like a chubby 5th grader, and I was like, okay, I'm doing it this year. I couldn't even play in the Gainesville Grizzlies were the local team, and I had to branch out to the Warrington Falcons or something like that. They had a 175 weight class, and the Grizzlies only went up to 150, which is kind of crazy, man. I remember trying to lose weight and everything, and I would like just eat lettuce and nothing else. I was in like 5th grade or whatever. And honestly, I think I was in 5th grade going into 6th grade, and it was like I was like 155 or something, and you couldn't be like more than 3 pounds over 150 pounds. It was like kind of crazy when you think about it, because as soon as you're out of middle school, like what do they tell you, right? Especially like at the positions I was playing, they're like, you need to eat steak and eggs and peanut butter and jelly and Big Macs and like put on as much weight as possible. So it's just one of those things. LeBron's brain, anything football in your fantasy numbers aren't allowed. LeBron's brain, you talking about Longest Yard? Yeah, it's a fine movie too. What does a center do? 5th grade John had it rough. Snap the ball, final answer. Yeah, and it was cool though, because when I played flag football, right? You do more than snap the ball when you're a center. You get to run routes. And I was like chubby, but I was pretty, I had some moves on me. They always underestimated me, man, because I was a little chubby center. And I had some moves out there, bro. I remember I caught like one or two balls that season. So my quarterback didn't trust me, man. He was a total dick. I don't remember his name, but that kid thought he was like the shit, and he just didn't trust me, man. He'd never throw it to me. He'd throw it to me in practice, and then in the games, he just like stare me down wide open, this fat kid in the middle of the field, and just throw it to someone else. So I don't remember his name, but we might have to get him on here and talk to him one night. Okay, so there's some, Saturday night. I never know what we're gonna get into, but we got into 5th grade John, who was an interesting character. So there you have it. Gridiron Gang and flag football rats. Jerry, look, you got the last laugh. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like I said, I don't remember his name or I have no idea where he's at, but who knows? Maybe he's like balling out somewhere. But yeah, that kid did not trust me. Although I do remember that season, the first play of the season, I snapped the football like straight into the ground, and everyone was really mad at me. But after that, that was just the nerves. I got the nerves out, and I was good. I was good to go after that. I don't miss wind sprints. I don't either, man. Although they'd probably be kind of good for me to do a couple of them. I'm not gonna lie. I don't miss them either, though. Richard Glass, plot twist that quarterback was Steven. Yeah, Steve and I never played on the same team. Steven bounced around in high school and stuff. So, but even before that, we weren't ever in the same weight class. So when we were younger, we never played on the same team, not even close. Steven was scrawny. Steven was, I mean, okay, not to toot Steven's horn, but he was like a big deal in the Grizzly football league. He was actually really, really good back in the day. Then he broke his arm, and that impacted his Grizzly football career. But then he did just fine in high school and everything. And that's why he didn't play in middle school. We could have been on the same team in middle school, but his arm. He broke his arm in like every place possible. It was pretty bad. So he didn't get to play that year. But yeah, we were never on the same team, which probably is sad to think back on. I don't care about this press conference and face the franchise. We can't skip it. Oh, X Factor unlocked. Let's go. All right, guys. Let me know what else is going on, man. Let me know how everyone's doing, and yeah, he could have gone to the NFL had it not been for an injury. He ended up, Steven. Wait, free agency. An intriguing player is available. Oh yeah, we got to pick this up. Not to speak for Steven, but he actually had some pretty good offers coming out of high school. But he also, oh gosh, tore his MCL and ACL in the same knee, and that's really what screwed him over. Yeah, that really hurt him. So maybe. All right, so we just got. Are we picking up? Chase Rollier. We need you. Oh yeah, Chase coming to our team. BLMB 2903. What's going on? Hope you're doing well. Should I start Brady or Lamar Jackson? That's an interesting question, man. Brady's got the tougher matchup versus Chicago, but it's very hard to sit Brady, right? I do think that Lamar versus Cincinnati is going to be a more competitive game. So I think I'm leaning Lamar Jackson here. Is that crazy? I think I like Lamar a little bit more, although he's coming off his worst performance of the season statistically. So, I mean, you're not gonna go wrong either way. BLMB 2903. It's gonna be a good matchup either way. I mean, a good start either way, I should say. But Lamar has a better matchup, but Cincinnati has been decent, defensively. So I just like the game script more, right? I think that the Bucks get up early on the Bears, although their defense has been quite good. It might be a little bit slower of a start, but I just don't see the Buccaneers needing to score as many points as I do see Cincinnati and the Ravens needing to stay competitive throughout that whole game. So I think if it was me, I would lean Lamar Jackson. Let us know in the chat for our boy BLMB. Would you start Brady versus Chicago or Jackson versus Cincinnati? I think I'm leaning Jackson here. LeBron's brand. I got offered by Alabama offered to leave their stadium or get arrested. Fair enough. All right. All right, so I don't know what the game is doing. I got no timeouts. Apparently, I don't know what this is. Oh gosh, this is terrifying. Him and Andrews are going off this week. Yeah, I know you want them to. I know you want them to, Jerry. And I mean, I'm starting Lamar this week, and I like him quite a bit this week. Yeah, I do. And I think Andrews is going to have a good game as well. Richard Glass, I need Brady to show Chicago who really owns them. Fair enough. Fair enough. Oh man, it's not even giving me my real playbook. This is bullcrap. I don't know what this challenge is. BLMB, thanks, bro. Absolutely, man. That's what we're here for. If you got any other questions on the night, please let me know. And if you're new here, make sure you consider subscribing down below, becoming part of the Catch fam. All right, but I do appreciate you coming out, and it's a great question. Thanks for throwing it our way. Max, who do you think Judy is worth? Uh, I would say just about any low tier, uh, RB2, wide receiver 2. Or, I mean, if you're trading him, that is, I think you can get pretty good value out of him. Um, but if you're, sorry, I got a little focused on Madden there. Oh, this is the London game. Okay. I mean, I like Judy a lot, you know, but because he's been injured, I do think that you might be able to give up a little bit lesser value for him. I guess is the point that I'm trying to make. So I would say a low end RB2 or RB or wide receiver 2. But if he can end up with Judy, man, I do think he's going to be impactful down the stretch for sure. LeBron's brain. Chicago pays rent to Brady. Yeah, no kidding. All right, I got to score on this play, guys. Is Jamison Crowder going to be wide open? Doesn't matter because Landry is. All right. Blamo time. Brady only because it's closer than most think. Bears beat him last season. Yeah, that's fair too. That's fair too. It's just a tough call because I just don't feel like the Bucks are going to need to score a lot of points, right? And I do feel like the Ravens will need to. I feel like that's going to be one of the better games tomorrow, right? It's going to be a fun one. Ravens and Cincinnati, right? Big divisional game. Oh man, Kyle Pitts is cooking with grease right now. I don't like this whole quick start I had to do in this game where I didn't even get to play the game. Yeah, I think Brady is a fine start, and I think Lamar Jackson's a fine start. I think both of them are going to have pretty good games overall. But you could go back and forth on that one all night, right? I mean, I think if you flip a coin, it's going to be a good outcome either way. I mean, those are two of the best quarterbacks in fantasy right now. So, but yeah, I mean, little, Lamar coming off of his worst game of the season, it's a little worrisome. But he also, I mean, he didn't do anything wrong. He just uh, kept handing it to running backs in the end zone or in the red zone, and we didn't see a whole lot of involvement in terms of the passing game. Man, we got to make a stop here on defense. Did we just cause incompletion? No, we did not. All right, let's see. BLMB, do you think Miles Sanders' numbers are going to improve? I would hope that they would, man, and I really want it to happen for those of you who do own him. But just the way that he's being deployed, overall by the Eagles coaching staff, I don't think we can put a lot of faith in it. I mean, I want it to happen. Don't get me wrong, and I'd love to see it happen, but I just I don't think it's going to, unfortunately. Um, I don't. I really wanted to, and I mean, eventually, yes, he's going to have a good game, right? And it's going to make everyone panic and want to start him on a weekly basis, but I just don't think on a consistency standpoint, right? I don't think that's going to happen, unfortunately. Blame time crap. I forgot Fields' QB might not be close. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. All right, this Madden game's getting. Oh shoot! I just threw a pick. I just threw a pick six. Game over. Game over in overtime. Wrong read. Oh man, is Madden Rewind still a thing? Dude, that was whack. It made me start the game. I don't know what that was. Down by 8. Oh man. Wait till you guys see. You guys probably already seen that replay. Still a little laggy. I don't know why this was so laggy. Oh man. Well, that's gonna hurt like my season stats and everything, man. I don't understand what that was. I just got thrown into the end of the game. Okay. Yeah, I mean, Bill McBee, I would love to see the numbers improve for Miles Sanders, but I just don't think we can put a lot of faith in it happening, unfortunately. I would really, really love to see it happen for those of you who do own Miles Sanders, though. But why is Calvin Ridley talking about me? All right, guys. So let me know what else is going on, man. Let me know what other questions you got. Let's keep the chat rolling. I want to reach out to Chase. Of course. Oh, nice. We got Chase as our center. I know this is really exciting to you guys. John, what music do you listen to? Name like a band or artist you like. I like a lot of music. But yeah, I love Mac Miller. We've got the album behind me. We've got the Mac Miller hat on. Probably my favorite artist of all time. His last two albums were incredible, but all his music was great too. But I do listen to a pretty wide variety of music. Man, I can't believe we lost that game. That was bullcrap. R.I.P. Mac Miller, absolutely, 100%. I gotta go on the Nia. Man, that was our first loss this season. Did you guys see that? I did like a quick start and it just put me into the end of the game. That was so annoying. No one cares about this interview thing. What is this? We need to get another dub with the Jets right away. Guess I can't skip this. Bing, 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 bing. Check out Ty Dolla Sign pays tribute to Mac Miller on Tiny Desk. I've seen some of that. I don't think I've watched all of it though. But yeah, I have seen some of that. And also, there's some really great Mac Miller Tiny Desk performances as well. Or at least there's one. But yeah. When did it become a soap opera? Yeah. If you're talking about Madden, it's just face of the franchise. I like playing these game modes. They're so bad. Supporting a teammate. Okay, we'll support our teammate. Let's do it. Dude, I can't believe we lost that game versus the Falcons. My rookie season's in shambles. I'm gonna tell Jamison Crowder he needs to practice more. All right, guys. What else are we feeling tonight for conversation? We got a catch question in there. Excited to talk to everyone on tomorrow's stream. Good night, my people. Good night, Jerry. Good to have you here as always, bro. All right, let's see here. Oh gosh. What is this? Is this practice? Okay. Okay. Blame on time. Is NCAA football still coming out? And Jerry, hope you have a good night, man. Thanks for coming by as always, bro. Appreciate you, man. I don't know actually. I hope so, but I'm not entirely sure. Wow, Landry, that was a filthy catch. I wish I was able to stay for the stream. It's always a good time on the Saturday night streams. No worries, Jerry. No worry at all, bro. Totally understand, man. Hope you have a good rest of your Saturday, and we will talk to you soon for sure, my guy. Steven, love you, Jerry. John, love the jersey. What's up, Steven? Look at that guy. Steven coming in to save the night. Steven, what's up with you, bro? Where you at, dog? We miss you tonight, man. Everyone give Steven a shout out. Steven, we were talking about your Grizzly football days. Just a little bit ago. You missed it. Why are you doing practice? I'm playing Steven, you've missed a lot. We do Face of the Franchise now. I'm John Madden. I got drafted to the Jets. We just lost our first game in overtime, but we're pretty great here. We're pretty great here, man. Yeah. We're leading the league in all categories in passing terms, I think, still. So Face of the Franchise, man. You've missed a lot. Oh wow, I didn't know Steven Scott was Steven. Yeah, he is. Blammo Time says, yo, Steven. Steven coming through, man. Look at that. We heard about your Hall of Fame football career. All right. Division rivalry, first real test. Okay, I don't care about this. I just want to play the game. Steven, if you're real, you'll hop on Madden tonight. I wish it was like that. I tell you what was Hall of Fame, the mac and cheese I had tonight. Fair enough. Steven, who are you starting this week in fantasy? Let's look at Steven's matchup. Leaving most of his spots empty, of course. All right, Steven, are you starting Gibson or Collins? That's the question. All right, let's go up against the Pats. Oh, yeah, you'll love this. I'm not playing against mac and cheese. Playing against Colin Kaepernick. We've already faced the Pats once this year. So we'll see what happens. He's not starting Tyler Boss. How can he not start Tyler Boss? The base master himself. All right, let's blitz these Patriots all out, man. Okay, that didn't work, but oh well. Steven, I'm not sure what I'm going to do right now. I don't know what I'm going to do either, man. I meant to put Johnson as my RB2 so I could move around my flex player, and I forgot to do that. And now I'm kind of stuck with Booker or Herbert, or Booker and Herbert. And they both have awful matchups. So I guess I'm starting Booker versus Carolina and Herbert versus Tampa Bay. which is not ideal to say the least. But we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. I literally don't know what to do with Gibson. Yeah, that's another one that we've talked about quite a bit tonight, and we'll have to continue to monitor it for sure. Johnson cooked. It doesn't even get. I don't know what you're typing, Steven, with your. Oh my gosh, man! How can we not stop Kendrick Bourne? Oh, Johnson cooked. It doesn't even matter. Yeah. Well, Tim Patrick had got me like 2 points, so that does matter. That part does matter. And AB is out, which is going to hurt me big time. But we'll see what happens. We shall see what happens. I think I'm going to start Gibson this week because I'm hurt so bad at flex. Yeah, I mean, Collins might not play either. I guess it's another big deal for you, right? But I think outside of that, you look fine, man. I truly do. Starting AJ Dillon, though, I like that. Mr. Handcuff, Steven Scott. I think AJ Dillon, yeah, a lot of garbage time involved. I think it's going to be a good start for AJ Dillon, though. Jerry, I need to figure out my RB situation for the catch league. Let us know. Let us know what you're thinking, Jerry. Let us know where your thought process is at. We'll see how we can help. Thinking Dillon gets a ton of red zone looks. Yeah, and even if he doesn't, I just feel like Green Bay's going to be up and at him pretty early and probably going to be deploying Dillon quite a bit in this game. So we'll see. We'll see. All right, there's a good stop by my Jets team, baby. Jets, yeah. CJ Mosley. All right, so we're going to give up a field goal here. Wow, 53-yard field goal. Fournette is still reliable, but Darrell worries me, and I need Connor to carry. I think this week you start Connor and Fournette for sure. Oh, it's kind of a bad matchup for Fournette, but just due to the volume that he's seeing right now, I think you got to start him. Steven, just try to grab Dillon and catch league. Someone took him. Yeah, I think Mark did. If I'm not mistaken. I can't really drop anyone in our league, unfortunately. Dude, Michael Carter is like sick in this game, Steven, in case you're wondering. Dylan's a stud RB. Wish he was a starter somewhere. Yeah, dude, we're seeing a lot of good backup running backs this year, you know? And, I mean, look at Johnson right on the Browns. This dude is amazing. No one would ever known his name with Chubb and Hunt in front of him. Michael, what's going on, man? Hope you're doing well tonight. Should I trade away Gibson for Chubb in a full PPR redraft? I would say yes if it's a redraft and you're going to get him next year. I mean, I do like Gibson. I think he's a fine player, but overall, I'd far rather have Nick Chubb. So, if you're asking me, Michael, yeah. I mean, they're both hurt right now, but Chubb should be back soon, and he's on the better offense, and had less injuries on the year, right? So I would say absolutely, 100%, man, absolutely. And Steven coming in saying, I would definitely trade Gibson for Chubb. I agree. Gibson might get a very nasty injury during the game. His shin is sketch. It is sketchy. Sketchy is kind of the perfect word to describe what's going on there. So, yeah. Michael, absolutely. You're welcome, man. If you got any other questions on the night, please let me know. If you're new to the Catch, make sure you hit that sub button down below. Become part of the Catch fam tonight. And guys, make sure we're all smashing that like button as well. And yeah, Michael, absolutely, bro. If you got any other questions, please let me know. And gosh, I just fumbled in Madden. My two best players, Madden and Landry, playing like poo. Does Johnson stay relevant with how good he was? He could hurt Hunt value. That's true. I mean, the only league I have Hunt, I also have Johnson, so that's kind of beneficial if it does happen that way, I guess. But dude, I mean, it's like this dude looked incredible. And it's not like he did it against, I don't know, the Lions or the Seahawks, right? Uh he did against the Broncos, who were like number 4 in the league against opposing running backs. So and he did it with two banged up receivers and Landry and Odell Beckham. He did it with Case Keenum at quarterback. Don't get me wrong, that offensive line for the Browns is probably the best in the league. But at the same time, he looked phenomenal out there, man. And I could absolutely see him continuing to be relevant in that backfield. But like Hunt and Chubb are just so good. It's like I don't know, man. I don't know. Jerry, driving around with the stream on is kind of nice. I should do this more often. Yeah, man, absolutely. It's nice to have a stream is a really good way, especially for a long drive. I don't know how long your drive is, but it's a great way to pass the time on a long drive. That's usually what I do when ever the wife and I take a drive. So, um, yeah, I'm glad that you're enjoying it, Jerry. But yeah, it's tough to say, Stephen. It's tough to say. I would think he would be relevant and potentially hurt Hunt's value, but I mean, Hunt and Chubb are just so good, you know? Dude, why are the Pats like unstoppable tonight? Biggest takeaway from that game, Broncos are not good on defense and were fraudulent to start. I had a feeling you were going to bring that up, actually. And yeah, I mean, like we've gone over, they face some very good or very bad offenses to really help bolster those beginning season stats. I mean, I'll say one thing. I do think Pat Surtain is for real, though. I do. Absolutely do. I think he's going to be a great corner for some time. But I don't disagree with you either. I don't. I don't disagree with you. But I love, love, love Pat Surtain. And indeed, I guess the Cowboys are trying to target Pat Surtain in the draft. Could you imagine Surtain and Diggs on the same team? Now, I mean, that would mean that. Oh my gosh, why am I blanking on? Uh, who's the linebacker they drafted? Why Micah Parsons? I'm sorry. They wouldn't have gotten Parsons. They would have gotten Surtain. Apparently, that's who they had ahead of Parsons. So that would have just been absolutely bonkers if we saw Surtain and Diggs on the same team, man. Oh my gosh, dude, what's up with these fumbles? I swear Madden is rigged sometimes. I love that jersey, bro. For real, it's fresh. Steven's gonna try and buy this jersey off me, not even to wear, just to have in his collection. Dude, I can't stand these. I can't stand Madden. I don't even care if the Pats score here. I'm sending this. Okay, they scored. I kind of care. But thanks, Steven. Thanks, Steven. What Keenum you most pumped for tomorrow? Is that supposed to say Keenum? We got to get my boy Landry out here. Is Carter in this game? Why did it mess up my starting lineups? Steven, is that supposed to say Keenum or game? Why is your autocorrect turning things into Keenum? Are you like a secret case Keenum fanatic? I thought that was me. Wait, why is... Okay, Crowder's hurt. Okay, whatever. I don't care who's out here. What game? Okay. I think the Bengals and Ravens, and then the Titans and Chiefs are the two games that I'm most excited for. I'm very excited to watch the Lions and Rams actually as well. I think that's going to be just fun from a football perspective. So definitely the Ravens and Bengals, though, I think is where my largest excitement levels at. All right, let's take a timeout. My team is playing awful. Steven, what game are you most looking forward to? Let me know. There's some pretty bad games this week. Lou DDD, should I drop Russell Gage for Quintness, Watkins, or Pascal? That's a good question. I think that they all present relatively similar value. Um, but I think that I would continue to take a gamble on Russell Gage. Are any of the Lions receivers available? They might present better upside for those guys. But I mean, I don't mind Pascal. He was seeing a lot of good red zone work early in the season. Um, he might be worth holding on to in terms of Gage isn't really presenting a lot of great value, but overall, those guys are going to be. And I'm sorry, I guess I think Quez is Quez supposed to be Cephas, Quentin Cephas? If so, then I think Cephas is fine. Khalif Raymond is who you're asking for as well. I mean, the problem with the Lions, I guess, is they're just too inconsistent, right? So maybe that's not a good idea. But I don't mind Watkins as well. I mean, honestly, Lou, I view all those players in pretty similar fashion. Mike, I'm late. Sorry, no worries, man. Good to see you. Great to have you here as always, my guy. But yeah, Lou, it's just tough, right? I mean, those guys are all kind of in the same stratosphere right now. Steven likes Quiz. Sorry, I got confused on who Quiz was for a second there. Uh, let me know if those are your only options, Lou. What was that throw? Dude, my Madden team starts playing in awful fashion as soon as Steven gets on the stream. I don't think it's coincidental. Please catch that ball, Chris Herndon. Thank you. I don't know what Steven did to sabotage my stream here. Lou, thanks, man. Absolutely, brother. That's what we're here for. Let me know if you got any other questions. Let me know if you want any more clarification on that question as well. I feel like we kind of diverted. I didn't mean to necessarily. How is KJ Osborne looking? Says Jerry. He's okay. He's okay. He's touchdown dependent for sure, though. Like 100%. Van Jefferson and Kendrick Bourne are other options. I don't mind Jefferson this week in a week where the Rams are going to be looking to put up a lot of points. But once again, all those guys are 100% touchdown dependent, right? Jerry was able to pick him up and might start him next week. I mean, I don't hate Kendrick Bourne, right? He had a very good beginning of the season, then he kind of died off, and then he had a big game against the Cowboys, right? With the walk-off, or not against the Cowboys, I'm sorry, against the Panthers, right? And walk-up touchdown and everything. And I do like KJ Osborne, but I just think he's not entirely consistent, right? I mean, he was like my main waiver priority in both my leagues, and then he just started doing nothing after I started starting them, which doesn't surprise me. So, I mean, I like KJ Osborne, but I do think that Thielen and Jefferson are going to see the majority of the targets, and we're kind of depending on a touchdown out of KJ Osborne. You know what I'm saying? But I don't think it's a bad pickup, Jerry, especially if you're hurting at receiver, which I believe you are in that league. So, yeah, I don't think it's a bad pickup by any means. I mean, God forbid any injuries, but if anything happens to Thielen or Jefferson, then Osborne's going to be extremely valuable because he's proven what he can do, right? So I think it's a good player to have on your roster for sure. Jerry Lockett's still my wide receiver one. Yeah, that's what I figured. Oh, look at this run by Michael Carter. Let's see here. Tally the Sausage 0-0. What's going on, man? Is this a good trade? I got Kamara and I lost Metcalf. So you traded Metcalf for Kamara straight up? Or is there more to that trade? Let me know, Tyler. But I mean, I love DK Metcalf on the season still. I still believe in him, but I would probably rather have Kamara than Metcalf right now for sure. Let me know if that was the full trade, Tyler. Aaron Reborn, what's going on, man? Always good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for coming out, man. Never too late. Tyler the Sausage, yes, that was a trade. I think that's a good trade. Yeah, for sure. If you got Kamara, then absolutely. That's a great trade. As long as you're confident at the receiver position outside of Metcalf, of course. But yeah, it's a great trade, man. I would be very happy with that trade if I were you. Hartnell down. What's going on? Hope you're doing fantastic tonight. Thanks for coming out to the stream. Welcome to the catch. Guys, if you are new here, make sure you consider subscribing down below and becoming part of the catch fam. And everyone, make sure you smash that like button while you're here as well. All right. Devonta Smith or Parker. It's a good matchup for Devonta Smith this week, but he's just been so inconsistent, man. So he scares me. But I think the upside's there, man. And I think it's going to be a pretty high scoring affair between the Raiders and the Eagles. So I think I'd lean Devonta Smith. I mean, just keep in mind he has been pretty inconsistent on the season, right? But I don't mind Devontae Parker as well. It's a great matchup versus Atlanta, but the big question with Parker is he even going to play? We're not entirely sure. So, he's questionable right now. And he's got 2 injuries, so we do want to keep an eye on that. But just to stay on the safe side, I think I'd lean Devonta Smith to answer your question. Jerry Lockett is too good to drop, but is it good enough to trade? Yeah, I think down the stretch, when Russ comes back, which that was an update we got today. Russ might be back by week 10, which isn't that far away. I mean, we're heading into week 7, right? And then we only have 2 more weeks after that. So we might see Russell back sooner than later, which is good news. So down the stretch, I do think that it's going to be valuable to have our guy Lockett on your team. Tyler Sausage, yes, that was a trade. I got Kamara. I have Derrick Henry and Kamara now. Jeez. Yeah, that's a beautiful man. You're going to be able to roll with that all season long with full confidence. So as long as you're not hurting at receiver, I mean, but even then, I mean, Kamara and Henry on a weekly basis is just terrifying. So I love it, man. I love it. I think it's a great play overall. All right, let's see here. Did you guys see that fumble in Madden? I don't know how. Oh my gosh, I just fumbled as soon as I was showing off about my fumble. Okay. So never mind. Jeez. Hartnell, thanks, Bosco Birds. Appreciate that, man. Appreciate you coming out to the stream. If you got any other questions on the night, please let me know. What about Nick Collins? I just picked him up. Yeah, is that Nico Collins, right, on the Texans? It's worth a shot. Why not? Why not? In your situation, Jerry, why not? But I definitely, I mean, I think the biggest news for you is that Wilson might be back by week 10. So that should definitely help Tyler Lockett get back to what we're used to seeing Tyler Lockett do. So that's good news for you, Jerry. Let's see here. Mike, Devonta Smith, or T. Higgins. I like both of these guys this week. Both have good matchups. Higgins should be in a more competitive game, but there's less mouths to feed on the Eagles than there are on Cincinnati, at least at the receiver position. So I think you take a chance on Devonta Smith, Mike. Tyler, my receiver spots ain't too good, but they're fine. I got Myers and Brandon Cooks. Okay, so you definitely lost some value there, but you also gained value as well. So, I mean, Kamara and Henry is a deadly duo for sure, and you can always get some decent receivers off the waiver wire as well, where running backs are much, 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 much more thin. So, I don't hate that trade at all, man. I think it's a good trade. Jerry, I don't think I can wait until next week 10. I need to start winning. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. But you never know. And at least it's, down the stretch, it's there, right? But I do agree. You probably do need to win right now. Tyler, I did not have a good RP. Okay, then I think it's a good trade, man. And you can roll with Myers and Cooks and probably get someone off the waiver wire as well throughout the season. So, yeah, I mean, dude, Kamara and Henry, I'm not going to argue against that by any means. So I love that. Love that situation for you, man. All right, man. I gotta I gotta get a score here in Madden. All right, guys, let me know what else is going on. Let me know what other fantasy questions you guys have got for the night. And let's keep this thing rolling, man. Nowhere near done. I love that my quarterback's name is John Madden. Jerry, Henry and Henderson have to carry me for a few weeks. I hope Lockett will start putting up good numbers. Yeah, I mean, the good news is Henry and Henderson can definitely carry you for a few weeks. I feel good about Henderson's matchup tomorrow. Yeah, it's a great matchup, and you should always feel good about Henry's matchup, even if he's playing the 1985 Bears, right? Uh, always feel good about Henry, and I love that combination of Henderson and Henry as well. So I think he'll be good, Jerry. At least at the RB position, right? But yeah, you should definitely feel good about Henderson going up against the Lions. He's going to have a great game, man. And the Rams in general are going to have a great game, I would think, at least. And the Madden is coming through a little laggy, so I do apologize. I don't know what's going on there. Yeah, one of the worst things that happened to me this season was I had to trade away Daryl Henderson in my 20-man league just because there are no quarterbacks available. And I had to trade him for Trevor Lawrence, which is like, uh, gosh, I've kind of just erased that from my memory. But I really wish in that league I still had Daryl Henderson. And but I didn't have a choice. I really didn't. Really, really didn't. It was either that or I mean, I guess I could have rolled with Davis Mills, but that wouldn't have been too great. So, oh well. You win some, you lose some. And this year I lost Daryl Henderson. All right, let's see here. I gotta get a score in Madden. Put this game away. Wow, that was a filthy catch. Pats just took a timeout. They know it's coming, baby. All right, guys. What else is going on for the night? Oh man, this game is getting scary. I guess I'm in field goal range. I don't even need to score. Joe, what's going on, brother? Hope you're doing well tonight. What's up? I already have Henry starting. Would you start Swift or Mixon as the other running back? This is a great question, and we've talked a little bit about. Oh gosh, I just threw an interception to lose this game. Second game in a row. I've done that on that same route. Sorry, Joe. Listen, man. It's a very, very good question, but I think I would lean Mixon here. Let's see if I get the ball back. I do love. Oh my gosh, can't believe I lost that game. I love Swift on the season and the volume he's seen, man. But at the same time, I just think the game script is leaning in Mixon's favor here, right? It's a better matchup, believe it or not, versus the Ravens. And I just see this game being a lot more competitive for the Ravens and Bengals. So I would lean Mixon here. And I mean, I think Swift is going to see some decent garbage time value, but it's not a great matchup versus the Rams. It's not the worst matchup, don't get me wrong, but it's not a very good matchup. And overall, I just look for that Cincinnati Baltimore game to be much, much more competitive. And for the Bengals to have to lean on Joe Mixon a little bit more. And I think the Lions are just going to be a little bit lost. They might be leaning on Swift, don't get me wrong, but they're going to be playing from behind. And don't get me wrong, Swift has a lot of PPR value and a lot of pass game value as well. But I have a better feeling about Mixon to answer your question, Joe. So let me know where your head's at. Let me know what you're thinking overall. But I'd lean Joe Mixon. All right, let's see here. Ryan, what's going on, brother? Always good to see you, my guy. So I traded T. Higgins and Devonta Smith for Carson and Terry McLaurin. What do you think of the trade? I think that's fine. I mean, obviously, your opponent was just trying to get rid of of Carson, right? But I don't mind that trade. I mean, I think you get an upgrade at receiver. I don't mind Higgins or Smith, but they've been inconsistent on the year. And don't get me wrong, man. Uh, McLaurin's been a little bit disappointing as of late, but overall, I think it's a fine trade coming out with McLaurin. I think he's going to be better as the season progresses. Swift or Hollywood Brown in the flex. I think once again I'd lean Hollywood Brown here. He's just presenting the higher ceiling, I think. So I think I'd lean Hollywood Brown. It's going to be a very competitive game there once again, where the Lions and Rams game I don't look to be relatively competitive at all, right? Which might work in Swift's favor, I guess, but I would lean, for Joe's circumstance, I'd lean Joe Mixon, and for your circumstance, Ryan, I would lean with Hollywood Brown. Man, I can't believe we lost that game of Madden on the same route that we lost the previous game under. Not good. All right, guys, let me know what other questions you guys have got on the night as well. It's a tough week here. Tough week 7. All right. Let's see here. Man, we're 4-2 now. We're playing the Bengals 5-2. Yikes. All right, let's play our season game. Ryan, because I'm not starting Swift over Fournette or Henry as my 2 starting RBs. Yeah, you're definitely not. You're not. It's not a great matchup for Fournette, but at the same time, like, you're starting Fournette no matter what, the way he's been playing lately. Of course, you're playing Henry as well. So, yeah, man. Yeah, man. I think you're in the right direction there. And I think, honestly, like, if you end up starting Swift, it's not an awful play by any means. But, yeah. I would definitely lean. I just think there's a higher ceiling involved with Hollywood Brown. A disappointing game last week, but at the same time, I think I lean Hollywood Brown. I'm going back and forth on this one, right? I think I'm leaning Hollywood Brown. Joe, I was leaning towards Mixon this week. I got Adams, Debo, and Calvin Ridley as my flex, so I still got a pretty good lineup this week. Yeah, man, team looks filthy, Joe. I mean, Adams, Debo, and Ridley alone, the amount of PPR value and volume they're going to see is ridiculous. So, yeah, I love the lineup, Joe. Let me know if you got any other questions on the night, man. Thanks for coming out as well. If you're new here, consider subscribing down below, becoming part of the Catch fam. But if not, man, I appreciate you coming out and throwing some fantasy Q&A our way. Ryan, I feel Swift sets a garbage time touchdown like always. He definitely could. He definitely could. Don't get me wrong. He probably will, quite honestly. Wait, Le'Veon Bell's on my team now? What? When did we get Le'Veon Bell? Okay. Anyways, Evan, what's going on, bro? It's good to see you. Godwin or Debo? That's a good question. That's a great question, man. I'm leaning Debo here. It's a better matchup overall versus Indianapolis, man. I want it to be Godwin, man, but he's been relatively disappointing on the season, man. You know what I'm saying? And it's a tough matchup, believe it or not, versus wow, I just threw an interception. Versus the Bears. I mean, they're much better up front than they are in the secondary. And I could see Godwin popping off. Don't get me wrong, man. But I just think it's a better game script overall, and that I do believe that the Niners are going to need more Debo than the Bucks are going to need Godwin in this game. So I think I'm leaning Debo, but it's a great question, man. It truly is. Let's see here. Anunya traded Waller, Zach Moss, and Justin Tucker for Kamara. Did I give up too much? I have Pitts as my tight end now to replace Waller. I don't think so. Man. Not at all. You ended up with a top 5 running back on the season, more than likely. So, no. I mean, yeah, it's a lot to give up, man, but you're getting Alvin Kamara. And I mean, Waller's been incredibly disappointing this week as well, or not this week. I mean, sure this week, but this year. So I don't hate the trade at all. I think it's actually a pretty good trade as long as you feel good. With your roster depth overall, I don't think it's bad at all. Wow, Jamar Chase just like mossed 6 of my defenders and spiked the football on their head. Okay. Ryan, the league I traded to get McLaurin, my wide receivers are Cup, Ridley, McLaurin, Sutton, and Judy. Nice, nice. Those are great receivers, man. Chase Brown, what's going on, brother? Good to see you, man. Let me know what's up with you, my guy. Let me know what fantasy questions you got in the night. Yo, what's up, John? Sorry I'm late. No worries at all, Chase. Happy to have you here as always, brother. Wow, our Madden franchise is going far downhill. We got to get this back together. Okay, I don't mind that like Le'Veon Bell's on my team, but I'm also very confused as to why that is a thing. Is Michael Carter hurt? No, he's right here. Okay. Evan agreed. Thanks for the feedback. Absolutely, brother. Let me know if you got any other questions, but that's what we're here for, man. So no worries at all. Ryan Anunya, good trade. Yeah, I agree. I like that trade. Zonda, what's going on, brother? Hope you're doing well tonight. Thanks for coming out to the stream. Just traded Javonte Williams for Devonta Smith the other day. Was this a smart move? If you're hurting at receiver, yes. If you're hurting at running back, no. But I mean, I'd personally rather have Javonte Williams, but I also lean RB heavy, so it might be a little biased there. But I do think he's going to continue to be potentially the guy in this backfield. I keep saying that every week, and it doesn't happen. I mean, even this past week where he had the better game between him and Gordon still had at least 10 points, depending on scoring format. So I don't know if that's really going to happen. But personally, I'd rather have Williams. But if you're hurting at receiver, then yes, it's a good trade. Smith is still a fine receiver to have right now. Chase, I decided on dropping Ruggs for Callaway. I have a bit more confidence since Callaway is like the only option, and Raiders have a lot. Yeah, that's true. I mean, like all the players on the Saints are injured, so it's not a bad move at all, man. It's not a bad move at all. I'm a bit scared of the Eagles' defense and Slay. Fair enough. I mean, I can tell you that I'm starting. I'm. Excuse me. I'm starting Ruggs this week, but I'm doing it out of pure desperation, so I wouldn't read too much into it. But I think that's fine, man. If you got the conviction in Callaway, I think it's a fine move, man. I don't have any problem with that at all. I think he's going to have a pretty good day overall. Presents a pretty high ceiling, too. My opponent has Winston, so I felt like trying to balance that out. Fair enough. Fair enough. It'll be interesting. We'll be rooting for Winston a little bit, but hey, it won't hurt you. Let's see. I gotta try and get a first down in Madden, and oh my gosh, I don't know if I'm going to be able to. Oh my gosh, bro. Dude, our Madden franchise is going far downhill. We are letting these Jets fans down, guys. Okay, Nick, I traded Melvin Gordon III and Julio Jones for Javonte Williams and Allen Robinson. What do you think? You think there's any hope for A-Rob? There might be. I think this is his best. I think this is a make it or break it week for Allen Robinson, man. Going up against Tampa Bay secondary, they don't have a single player out there. If he doesn't perform this week, that's a pretty good indication of what we can expect from him on the season, right? So I don't think it's an awful trade, as I like Williams more, and I think it's a pretty fair trade-off between, Julio Jones and Allen Robinson as well. So yeah, I don't hate that trade. I'd rather have Williams down the stretch than I would have Melvin Gordon. So I don't hate the trade at all. Hickermoon 007, what's going on? Hope you're doing well tonight. Thanks for coming out to the stream, man. Any new viewers out there, make sure you guys consider subscribing down below, becoming part of the Catch fam. And oh my gosh, as I say that, we are getting decimated in Madden tonight, guys. Decimated. Let's see here. Start 2. Ayuk, Hardman, and Callaway. I think Ayuk's got some sneaky upside this week. I don't mind Ayuk at all. I don't. And I'd lean Callaway for sure. It's a good matchup. There's a lot of injuries on that Saints receiving core. So, I don't trust Hardman. I want to, guys. I really do. We've gotten a couple questions about him tonight. And yeah, I want to trust him, but I can't. It's a great matchup. Don't get me wrong, but I really just I cannot find it within myself to trust a skill position player on that team outside of Tyreek Hill and Travis Kelsey. And could Hardman have a good game? Sure. Could Tyreek leave the game injured? Sure. But I would still rather roll with someone on a different team because every year we end up doing this with Hardman and these other skill position guys on the Chiefs, and it just doesn't happen. So yeah, I know Ayuk has been disappointing on the season, but I think I'd lean Ayuk, and I think I'd lean Callaway as well. Definitely would lean Callaway out of the three. And if you ended up starting Hardman over Ayuk, I don't think it would hurt you too bad. But I personally just think Ayuk's got the better matchup overall, and I think he's the player to start. All right. I'm holding Cowboys defense for the rest of the season. Is that a smart move? Absolutely. They played great from a fantasy perspective. So absolutely, man. Absolutely. Zonda, for sure, my wide receivers are Cup, DJ Moore, AB, Laviscus, and Mooney. RBs are Saquon, Najee, Cordell, and now Williams. Also picked up Mac in case of a trade. Love it. Love it. Love the offense. Or, I mean, love the roster, excuse me. Yeah, man. I think you're in good fashion. Absolutely. Team sitting pretty nice, I must say. I agree with you, bro. Absolutely. Oh, gosh, that was a risky play in Madden. I know you guys are a little bit behind, but that was super risky, and it paid off. Okay. Chase Brown, start JD or Gibson. I have JD in flex right now, but Gibson is expected to play. This is such a tough question to answer. It's come up a couple of times tonight, and it's really tough. It's really tough, man. Um, because I mean, it's like Gibson could get hurt, right? And it's just hard to say. You know, right now Gibson's expected to play. So I mean, if Gibson was not, I mean, he's still questionable, but I think he's expected to play from what I looked at. So, uh, it's a tough call, man. It's a tough call. This has come up a lot in tonight's stream, and I don't know how to accurately answer it, to be honest with you guys. So, um, I think that it's okay to start either of them as long as we know that Gibson plays 100%, right? Let's see. Command 007. Thanks, man. Was leaning on Ayuk and Callaway with the wind/rain. Yeah, concerning a bit. Yeah, I mean that has come up, man, and I know that it's concerning other people. Is supposed to be a good amount of rain in that game and everything, so I would still lean Ayuk, but if you feel bad about it, then I think it's okay to swap him out. Let's see. Chase, I can see Washington getting behind and having to throw. Yeah, that could happen too, man. And I don't mind McKissick this week. I truly don't. I truly, truly don't. All right, let's see if we don't get the ball back here. There we go. Zondo, I'd say JD at PPR if standard, then Gibson. I think that's a great point as well. And yeah, I also think that you're spot on that we could see Washington behind absolutely against Green Bay and having to throw the football a bit. So I want to lean McKissick. That's what my gut is telling me. But I mean, if Gibson plays, man, he might come out there and ball out. So it's hard to say, man, because he's a guy who can find the end zone. You know what I'm saying? Um, we could go back and forth on this one all night. It's a very, very tough one to answer, man. I mean, you guys are killing it tonight. Great fantasy Q&A tonight. It's a tough week, man. It's a tough week. Week 7 is not pretty, that's for sure. But keep it rolling, guys. Let me know what else you guys need on the night, and keep the conversation going amongst yourselves as well. Chase, also checked most of these games are predicting rain. Yeah, I'm not surprised by that. I wouldn't read too much into it, though. Joe, I have Dawson Knox out for a few weeks. Would you start Mike G or Dallas Goedert? I'd roll Mike G all day, baby. I'm starting Mike Gesicki in both my primary leagues until we see this production come to a halt of any means. And I don't know that it's going to anytime soon, right? I was a little worried with Tua coming back that maybe it was, had more to do with Jacoby Brissett playing quarterback, but we saw great, great production out of Mike G last week. And yeah, I love Mike Gesicki right now. I mean, Goddard's fine, man. Don't get me wrong. And when he was healthy, he was still top 12 tight end, depending on scoring format. And I got nothing bad to say about Goddard, especially with Ertz being gone. I mean, you might see a little bit of increase in volume for Goddard as well. But I have more conviction in Mike G, and he's got a great matchup versus Atlanta this week. So I think for at least this week, we roll with Gesicki. Although I mean, it's not a bad matchup, against the Raiders for Goddard as well. But I got more conviction on the week in Mike Gesicki, so I'm leaning Gesicki there. Joe, I was thinking Mike G as well. Yeah, that's where I'm at right now as well, my guy. But I could go back and forth between the two. But yeah, if it was my roster, which I am starting Gasecki and two of my primary leagues, yeah, and if it was my roster, I'd lean on Gasecki right now, man. Real Goaded, what's going on, brother? Always good to see you, man. Hope you're doing fantastic tonight, man. Shout out to you, bro. Haven't seen you in a couple of nights. Hope everything is well, man. And always good to have you here, my guy. All right, let's see here. I started People Jones on Thursday. Shake my head. Yeah, you're not the only one, man. It happened to a lot of people. It's unfortunate, man. There really wasn't a lot of, you know, not much of a heads up. I, mean, I know it happened pre-game warm-ups and everything. But at the same time, man, it's definitely disappointing. Definitely disappointing. So I'm sorry to hear that, bro. Jerry, I forgot Knox got injured. Yes, everyone say a prayer for Dawson Knox, who we love here at the catch. Let's see here. Oh my gosh, the Madden is so laggy. I just looked down and saw. I don't know what's going on with Madden tonight, guys. I'm sorry. I truly am. All right, let's see here. Jerry, same here. Yeah. Yeah. And Mark in our league also started him. It happened to like everyone I know that owns him. So it's unfortunate, man. All right. We're going to who should I start, AJ Green or Rashad Bateman? Great question. I like both of these guys this week. It's pretty decent matchup for both of them. So I don't mind either start. Less mouths to feed in Baltimore in terms of receiver position. So maybe you take a swing on Bateman if it's full PPR. But I don't mind AJ Green. I think Bateman might have a higher ceiling, and I think that AJ Green is a safer floor. Easy Mac, what's going on, brother? Hope you're doing well tonight. Thanks for coming out to the stream. Any new viewers out there, make sure you guys consider subscribing down below, becoming part of the Catch fam. But nonetheless, I do appreciate you guys coming out and chilling for a bit. Hello, need one RB and one flex out of Bateman, Ayuk, Carter, and Freeman? That's a great question. Definitely tough decisions to make there overall. All right, so out of the two RBs, man, I think I'm leaning Freeman because this is going to be a competitive game between the Bengals and the Ravens. So I'm leaning Freeman between the two. I mean, I just see less points happening between the Jets and the Pats. I mean, I think volume will be good and it'll be there for Carter overall. But between the two, man, I think I'm leaning Freeman. Now, between Bateman and Ayuk, we've talked about Ayuk quite a bit tonight. And I do think there's some upside there for sure. But I still think I'm leaning Bateman if it's full PPR, which I do believe you said. Yeah, you said PPR. So yeah, do we really just get a holding? No way. This is a 51-yard field goal? No way. All right, sorry guys, Madden talk. We're going for it. Yeah, but Easy Mac, I think I'm leaning Freeman for sure. And I think you take the swing on Bateman, but I do think Ayuk's got some very good upside in this game as well. So let me know where your headspace is at between those two receivers. And oh my gosh, dude, I'm playing awful in Madden tonight. But I definitely would lead Freeman. James, what's going on, brother? Good to see you. Trade Hopkins and Michael Thomas for Jefferson. You could consider it. You could consider it. There's less mouths to feed in Minnesota, so I don't mind that, right? I love Jefferson right now in the season, but I also love D-Hop, man. So if you think you're losing too much value by giving up Michael Thomas as well, which I don't personally think you're losing a ton of value there. I mean, that's one thing that maybe depth, if anything. But yeah, I don't mind that trade. But it's you just need to look at who do you have more conviction in, right? Hopkins or Jefferson on the season. And it's kind of a tough call. Oh my gosh, dude, we're just playing like straight doo-doo in Madden tonight. All right, Jerry, I guess he dodged a bullet with Knox. You're about to draft him. Yeah, I think I did for now, but I would still, I love my guy Dawson Knox, man. I would love to have Dawson Knox right now, even if he was injured. But Mike Gesicki's been fantastic. All right, can we get back in this Madden game? I just simmed that whole drive defensively. I need to get on top of this, guys. All right, sorry guys. Zondo, more of a deeper league question since I'm in a 14-man. What are your thoughts on Pascal now Campbell was out for a year? Man, I want to like Pascal. I really do. He had so many red zone targets to start the season, and I really want to like him, man. But he's still scaring me. He is. I mean, we just saw such a drop off in production after seeing so much chemistry at the beginning of the season, man. Um, and it scares me. But I do think, in 14-man leagues plus, he's definitely worth a stash right now just to see if that production comes back and if some of those red zone targets we saw earlier in the season also come back. So, yeah, yeah. I think it's a good move. Absolutely. I mean, I've even taken a look at him in some 12-man leagues. So, yeah, I don't think it's a bad move at all. David Flex, PPR. David, what's going on, man? Chuba, Damon Harris, Waddle, or AJ Brown. Take one. AJ Brown, Pittman, or Waddle. Man, I really want to say AJ Brown here. I think he's due for one of those big time games, man. And up against this Kansas City secondary, he could certainly do so. I think I want to say AJ Brown. Is that crazy? I mean, I like Damon Harris versus the Jets. Um, I like. Okay, so you're asking AJ Brown, Pittman, or Waddle, not Chuba Harris, Waddle, or Brown. Okay. If it's between Brown, Pittman, and Waddle, I'm leaning AJ Brown, but I do like Waddle versus Atlanta a lot this week as well. But I'm still leaning AJ Brown. I think that I'm putting Pittman last, although I do like Pittman this week as well. They're all great options for sure. But I really feel like AJ Brown's due for a big game, guys. And I like Waddle's matchup as well, so I don't mind that also. All right, let's see here. And if okay, three leagues. So if it was between Flex, PPR, Chuba, Harris, Waddle, or Brown, okay, I got you now. 2 leagues, I got you, bro. I think I'm still leaning AJ Brown, man. Is that crazy to say? I really think he's gonna have a good game. Easy Mecca Freeman and now. Thank you. Absolutely, bro. Absolutely. Oh my gosh, dude, this game of Madden is just a disaster. Oh, let's go. That was a beautiful play. Okay. You can now. There's a lot of positives, such as coming off by practice reports and game script. I think Bateman may have the better floor. I don't disagree. I think they're both fine starts. I think they are. I don't feel like playing defense right now. I just want the football. Oh gosh, I just sent some offense too. All right. I dropped Gainwell for him, so we will see how it works out. Think Pascal can be a sneaky pickup. Yeah, I don't think it's going to hurt if you lost Gainwell for him. I mean, I think it is potentially a very good pickup as well. So I like it. I really do. Joe, AJ Brown or Calvin Ridley? That's a great question. Ridley's got a great matchup. He's also due for a big game, you guys. He really is. He really, really is. But I got a good feeling about AJ Brown this week. You guys are gonna hate me if he has bad game. I mean, I think they're both fine starts. You just look at what offense you have more conviction in, and they're both good matchups, right? I mean, you've got Kansas City or Atlanta, so it's a good matchup either way, man. So I don't think you're going to make a bad start either way. It's just who's going to have the higher ceiling, right? Uh, Tennessee's definitely going to be running the football, but I mean Atlanta runs football a little bit too with Patterson and Mike Davis as well. So it's tough to say, man. Um, I think, like I said, it'll be a good start no matter who you put out there. But I think personally, if it was my lineup, I'd have AJ Brown in. Let me know where your headspace is at with that, though. You guys are killing it tonight, man. Great fantasy Q&A tonight. All right, I need to not rush this drive here. I can't believe we're in this game. I know you guys don't care about the Madden, but I've got really into Madden tonight after 2 straight losses on the same play, losing me each game. David, Devonta Freeman, Herbert, or Tyson in full PPR. I lean Freeman. I think he's going to see majority of the work. I think what happened to Tyson Williams this year, right? Uh, I'd lean Freeman. It's going to be a competitive game, and he looked very good last week. With Murray out, I think it's a good start. I want Herbert to have a good game because I'm going to have to start him this week, but it's a bad matchup. Could he find the end zone? Sure, but it's a bad matchup. It's a bad matchup. So I would sit Herbert if you can start Freeman over him. But Herbert's been he's flashy out there, man. He is. But I just don't think it's a great game script for the Bears. If you have to start him like I do, then it's fine. But if you can avoid starting him, it's probably better to do so. All right, let's see here. Benjamin, what's going on, man? How are you doing tonight? Thanks for coming out to the stream. AJ Brown at the Chiefs or Robbie Woods at the Lions? PPR, please help. Of course, man. That's what we're here for. Listen, man. Oh my gosh, I hate Madden. I hate Madden. Oh no. Okay, sorry, Benjamin. I'm here to help you. Don't worry, bro. Um, oh my gosh, I love both of these matchups, Benjamin. There's no way you can start both of them. I mean, I think Robert Woods gonna have a fantastic game versus the Lions, man. I really do. And I think we were just talking about AJ Brown. I think he's gonna have a fantastic game versus the Chiefs. He's due for a big game, man. And yeah, I like both of these plays for sure. Like I said, if you can start both of these guys somehow, I mean, if it's not hurting the rest of your lineup, then I think it's fine. Oh my gosh, we had 5 turnovers in this game, and we're potentially going to win it. We'll find out. But I already have DJ Moore and Chase. Okay, I like both of those guys in there for sure. I think AJ Brown's presenting a little bit of a higher ceiling here. I do. And like I just was talking about, if AJ Brown has a bad game, you guys are going to hate me. But I like AJ Brown this week, man. It's a fantastic matchup overall. But Robert Woods and I mean the Rams in general are going to be looking for blood, and I can definitely see Robert Woods getting in the end zone. So I like both of these starts, man. I think if you were to flip a coin, then you're going to have a good start either way. But nonetheless, man, I think I've got a little bit more conviction in AJ Brown, but I really hope AJ Brown has a good game so you guys don't hate me. But uh, I just have one of those feelings he's due for a big game. I really do. All right, guys. Any new viewers out there, make sure you guys go ahead and consider subscribing down below, becoming part of the Catch fam tonight. But if not, I do appreciate you guys coming out. Guys, make sure you all smash that like button so we can get as many new viewers to the stream as possible as well. Joe, I was thinking Ridley was due for a big game as well as AJ. Brown looked good against the Bills. I don't think I can go wrong either way. It'll be a game time decision. Yeah. Once again, man, I think between those two guys, they're both great matchups. You flip a coin, you're going to have a good outcome either way. So I don't mind. I don't mind that at all, man. I mean, it's one of those things you go back and forth on, and I think you're going to have a fine start either way. David, let's see. Devonta Smith or Jacoby in PPR. I think you take a swing on Smith there. Yeah, I think you do. It's a good matchup versus the Raiders, right? And yeah, yeah. I mean, I want to like Jacoby, but he's just been so. I mean, you would think with the volume there, right? He'd be worth starting, but he's been so inconsistent. There's just no way to read these New England Patriots receivers, right? Kendrick Bourne goes off one week. Myers sees good volume, right? It's just all over the place. I mean, Hunter Henry is the person I'd want to start the most in that offense, right? And I think I lean Devonta Smith versus the Raiders. I think it's a better start. But it's a good question, David. Absolutely good question. All right, let's see here. Man, fantastic fantasy questions tonight, guys. That was like the worst game of Madden. I had 7 turnovers and I still won somehow. I don't know why Madden's still coming through a little laggy on your guys' end. All right, guys, we've hit the midnight mark. We're past midnight at this point. Crazy. You guys are killing it, man. Oh man. Let me know what else is up, guys, as we start to approach the later hours. Let me know what's good, man. Fantasy Q&A, NFL debate, whatever you guys want for the night. Let me know what's up. Saturday night, we can kind of get off topic a bit as well. My agent wants to check in. Can you inspire a player who is struggling with their return? Is this Corey Davis? Joe, would you stash Deshaun Watson, or do you think he won't play this year? Personally, I don't think he's going to play this year. I really don't. I truly, truly don't. I don't. Maybe in deeper leagues or full PPR leagues. Uh, I mean, not full PPR. I'm sorry. In super flex leagues, is it worth it? Potentially, but I just don't. I don't know. I don't personally think he's going to play this year. But that's just my opinion. So um, I don't think he's worth stashing. All right, Chase. I miss Steven. Yeah, he misses you too, man. I'm sure. He's just got a big exam for work that he's preparing for, so he'll definitely always be here Tuesday night and Wednesday night. But until this exam is over with, I'm not quite sure. But I'm sure Steven misses you too, Chase. He did come through on the chat for a little bit tonight, but I'll let him know, man. I'll let him know. Definitely be here Tuesday night and Wednesday night for our joint streams for sure. But yeah, I miss having him here as well, man. Shout out to Steven. All right, so what do I have to do here? Spacing pass concept drill. Okay. What was that throw? What was that throw? Chase, thanks, man. You're amazing too, man. Appreciate that, bro. Appreciate that. Yeah, no worries. I miss I love when Steven's on the streams with us too. So love both of y'all. Yeah, appreciate the kind words, man. We love the fan base, man. We love the community, man. So we do it for the catch, man. We do it for the catch fan. Oh, that's a pick. Oh no, it's not. Incomplete pass. Wow, my Madden play has gone so downhill tonight. So downhill. All right. Yeah, let's just complete another pass. Oh gosh, CJ Mosley read us. I'm pretty turnover prone now. Easy Mac. What are your thoughts on Daryl Henderson being ranked so high this week? It's a great matchup, man. And I mean, the Lions have just been all throughout this season, essentially, they've been ran all over, right? Especially earlier in the season, right? Um, so yeah. I love Henderson moving forward, man. Um, absolutely love him in general. And I think that he's going to continue to play very well. Absolutely. I mean, dude, Henderson is like he's going to be one of the big steals of this year for sure. All right, we got Corey Davis back. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, I wish I had Henderson in more leagues or in any league. I don't have him in a single league, so he is going to have a great week. I mean, I do think the Rams are going to throw the football quite a bit, but yeah, Ryan, I don't know what Steven's talking about saying Colts are going to upset the Niners. Hey, he's got faith in his team, man. That's all I'll say. He's got faith in his team for sure. But I mean, I could see that game going the Colts' way, but they just haven't finished games this year. I think the Niners' defense is much better, which probably could come into factor there. So uh, I'll let Steven know that you said that, bro, for sure. Yeah, I'll send that to him right now. He's got faith in his team. That's all it is, Ryan. Oh, look, and speaking of the Colts, I gotta hope that they don't upset me here in Madden. LMFAO, yeah. I sent it his way. We'll let him know, bro. We'll let him know what's up, bro. All right, guys, let me know what else is going on. Maybe I'll throw some debate questions out in the chat and see what you guys think as well. Zach Pascal gave us a penalty there. Oh yeah, let's go. Let's go, Jets. Dude, so in the off season, man, we're probably gonna bring a lot more Madden to the channel. I'm just curious, what are your guys' thoughts on that? It'll probably be more interesting than me just playing Face of the Franchise. We'll find ways to make it more interesting. But what are you guys thinking about that? Chase, I think I lose this week. I might lose this week, man. I don't know what's going to happen here in week 7. This is going to be a week where we kind of potentially get away from football a little bit and, we're able to, get away from fantasy a little bit and just able to sit back and watch some football because this is a weird week. It's a weird week. Ryan Debo going to go off. I think he will too, man. I think he'll have a great game. Yeah, absolutely. Why is this being reviewed? How was that overturned, bro? You kidding me? Okay. Chase, my team is Matt, Ryan, Hubbard, Daryl, Mooney, Callaway, Pitts, Fan. Rams defense and Prater. I think you can win with that. I think you can win with that lineup. It's not as bad as you think. Yeah. It's not great. Don't get me wrong. I'm not gonna lie to you, but Matt Ryan's got a great matchup. So I like Matt Ryan quite a bit this week, man. I don't mind that start at all at the quarterback position. And outside of that, okay. I like Hubbard this week versus the Giants. I like Henderson a lot versus the Lions. Mooney and Callaway, right? It's not like beautiful, but Mooney's got a great matchup versus Tampa Bay. I think he's going to have a good week. I think he'll score. I really do. And then Callaway's got a lot of upside versus Seattle. So I don't mind that start either. Moving down the list, man. Let's see here. Pitts and Fan. If you're starting both of them, and you already started Fan, he had a decent game. And I like Pitts as well versus Miami. So and then looking at, Rams defense could get you 20 points. Who knows, man? And I think your lineup's pretty good. And Suckup's gonna have a good week too, man. My opponent has Winston, Swift, Fournette, Hopkins, Debo, Tanya, and Godwin, Packers, and Suckup. I hope Debo doesn't do well. I'm banking on a lot of upside with my players. Yeah, I think you can win that matchup, bro. I actually do. Oh man, that was awful playing Madden. I think you can win. I think you can win. I really do, man. If I didn't, I wouldn't say so. But I actually think you've got a shot there. Not crazy about Winston. I think Swift might not have as good of a game as some people are thinking. And I'm not gonna lie. It's a bad matchup for Fournette as I throw interception at Madden here. But I think Fournette, just the way he's looked recently, could have a pretty good game, but it's a bad matchup, so keep that in mind too. Hopkins and Debo, I think, are probably your biggest problems there. Tanyan, I'm not crazy about this week at all. Okay, and then Godwin, I don't know if he's going to see a crazy amount of volume. And the Packers defense, I don't mind that start, but maybe Washington has a better week. So, oh, and I'm sorry. Earlier, I said you had Suck Up, but you have Prater. Prater, I think, is better start than Suck Up, so I think that works in your favor. So I actually think you could win, Chase. Yeah. Joe, I'm starting Ryan this week as well. There you go. Chase, I wanted that Ryan and Pitt stack. Yeah, that's beautiful. If they go off, man, you're gonna have a great day. Ryan, I'm currently watching Game of Thrones. Nice, nice. Chase, the guy is 5-1, and without Barkley, Jefferson, Prescott, Hunt, and Mike Williams, this team is stacked. Oh gosh, it is stacked. But I really think you got a chance to win, Chase. I do. I do. Ryan, are you into Lord of the Rings as well, or just Game of Thrones? Guy, I didn't finish Game of Thrones. I left right around when Jon Snow died, so I'm not as hip. I know everything that happened, so basically the gist of it, at least. Oh, I feel a sneeze coming on, boys. Maybe not. Can't tell. Chase, appreciate the confidence. Yeah, man, you definitely got a shot. You definitely do. I've seen worse lineups that end up in victories. Oh my gosh, man. Dude, our Madden team just started performing in awful fashion. All right, I gotta change. I gotta change this whole lineup in this. We want Landry there. So we got Corey Davis. Okay, this is fine. Whatever. Hashtag trying to go from 0-4 to 3-4 this week. Hashtag comeback season. Hey, you can do it. I think you can do it for sure. Oh my gosh, dude, my receivers just don't catch the football. I'm getting really into Madden tonight. I don't know why. I'm very, very passionate about Madden tonight. Did you know this week is the first week Matt Stafford is favored by 15 plus points in his career, and it's against his old team? I did not know that. I did not. But that's pretty incredible. Dude, I kind of want to see the Rams like take this thing pretty far. You know? I like the Rams right now. And I love this Matthew Stafford edition. I really do. Oh gosh, did I just throw a pick? No. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's a crazy stat, Ryan. That's crazy. Yeah, I'm all for the Rams right now, man. But I don't know if they can hold off the Bucks. Who would you guys say top 3 in the NFC right now? Top 4, right? Cardinals, Rams, Bucks, Packers, AFC, Bills, Chargers, Chiefs, Ravens. Am I missing anyone? I probably am. What's up with Waller getting injured? Yeah, that's kind of crazy, man. I don't really know what's going on with it. We can look into it though. Oh gosh, what is happening in Madden, dude? Dude, my Madden team has gotten so bad. I don't have a backup tight end right now. Uh-oh. Let's try and see what we can't pull up on Waller. Give me 1 second. Yeah, I know this is hurting a lot of people. It's come up a couple times tonight. Let's see here. Wow, was that a catch? How is that not a catch, dude? I'm angry with Madden tonight, guys. I know you guys aren't here to watch me play Madden, but it is actually angering me. And for some reason, that's resulting in me not playing defense, which is probably not going to help me because my defense is awful. Okay, Waller ankle suddenly questionable for Week 7. Darren Waller is added to the Week 7 injury report with an ankle injury. He's not questionable to face the Eagles. Saturday additions to the injury report are never a good sign. The Raiders also kick off in the late afternoon. So fantasy managers need to be watching this news Sunday morning. Backup plans need to be made. Gosh, that does suck. That just sucks, man. That's bad. That's all I've got. That's all I've got. We'll just have to monitor it until tomorrow. That's rough. That's rough. I know it's not the news you want to hear, but that's all I've got. Yeah, it's not good. All right, let's see here. Ryan, I've watched Lord of the Rings, but I like Game of Thrones better. Fair enough. Fair enough. Easy Mac, do you think Panthers defense will outperform expectations versus a beat up Giants? Yeah, I think they could. I think they could have a really good day, actually. I still believe in this Panthers team. I mean, I don't know to what degree, but yeah, I think they could have a pretty good day, man, for sure. It's a good point too. There are a lot of banged up. I mean, Sterling Shepard is banged up, and he's like the only receiver who's going to play. I mean, Evan Ingram's banged up too. Devonta Booker is going to have to see a lot of touches in this game, but this Carolina defense is so good against opposing running backs that uh, I don't know how much it's going to matter. So, uh, yeah, I think it's a great point. I think that they could have a good day overall, and they're one of the better defenses right now as well. So why not? Luke Payne, what's going on, man? Hope you're doing well tonight. Should I drop Bass or Madison to pick up a kicker? Might go without one since I'm 5-1 and can afford a loss. Don't want to lose either. Yeah, I mean, Bass might be our kicker one on the season, guys. So I'd hate to see you lose him. And Madison's such a good handcuff. I mean, I'd rather see you lose Madison because you're going to be pretty, you know, far behind in the waiver uh, rankings, I'd assume. So, yeah, yeah, I think you maybe forfeit a kicker. I mean, the nice thing is if you forfeit a kicker, you're not necessarily going to make or break your team potentially. You can still win without a kicker. So it's a tough call, man. I mean, just be wary of the fact that you could lose if you don't start a kicker this week. But I don't want to see you lose Bass or Madison either. So I think you definitely consider it, man. Let me know where your headspace is at with it. Chase would have to drop Cowboys defense for another tight end if he's out. Could pick up Ertz. That's rough too. That's definitely rough. But you might want to consider it, man, because it's a lot different than not starting a kicker, right? Not starting a tight end can definitely lose you a game, right? And Ertz is a great pickup in that situation. But it's tough, man. I know you don't want to lose Dallas's defense either. That stinks. That truly sucks. Noah, what's going on, man? I traded Gibson for AJ Brown. Thoughts? I think that's a great trade, especially if you're hurting at the receiver position. I think it's a great trade. As long as it doesn't hurt your RB depth, then yeah, I'm all for it, man. I think AJ Brown's going to start to kind of turn up here. We've been talking about that on tonight's stream a little bit, and yeah, I love the trade. I love it. I'd rather have Brown than Gibson right now for sure. All right, let's see here. Luke, okay, thank you. Appreciate the input. Definitely leaning towards not starting a kicker. I picked up D Johnson from the Browns, so I have a good head start this week. Let's go, man. Yeah, I ended up starting Johnson in two of my leagues. Mainly out of desperation due to injuries and bye week, but yeah, I love the play, man. I love it. And I'm glad you got a good start on the week. And yeah, I mean, it kind of stinks not starting a kicker, but I don't want to see you lose Bass, man. I mean, could you end up potentially with like a top 5 kicker still, depending on who's out there? Sure. But dude, Bass is just going to be so consistent this year. And yeah, you can consider dropping Madison, man, but it's like the value that Madison could bring you down the road, if anything happens to Cook, compared to the value that a kicker brings you just for 1 week. I think that we'd want to lean Madison there. Joe, injuries and bye weeks are killing everyone in my league this week except for me. Let's go, Joe. I'm 5-1 in first place, so this should be an easy win for me this week. Let's go, bro. Let's go. I love it. Yeah, I mean, there's like so many bye weeks and injuries affecting so many different people out there, so many different rosters. But then you got to look around. There's like, those specific rosters who are really benefiting from this week as well. So it's definitely an interesting dynamic. I'm going to try and see if I can. I want to get Corey Davis involved in this Madden game. Luke saying it was totally desperation, so I'll take it. There we go. There we go. Yeah, that's how I was too. I was like, you know what? I'm just going to roll the dice. But I actually had a pretty good feeling, so I'm glad that he turned up for us, man. All right, let's see if we can't get Corey Davis involved in this game. Which is probably, I don't know if I'm losing this game, so I don't know if this is a good plan, but oh well. Justin Shepard or Pittman? Gosh, this is a tough one to answer, man. Corey Davis. Come on, bro. I trusted you. Trusted you. I think I'm leaning Pittman here versus the Niners. It's a good matchup. I mean, beginning of the stream, I think I was leaning Shepard, but he's a little banged up, man, and it's a tough call, right? I want it to be Shepard if he wasn't banged up. I think it would be Shepard no matter what. Um, but unfortunately, that's not the circumstance we're in, right? I mean, due to volume alone, Shepard should have a good game, you know? And I think the only concern is the potential injury situation, right? But yeah, I do like Shepard this week. If he wasn't dealing with that, and it's a relatively tough matchup versus the Panthers, then I'd be saying Shepard all day. So I think as I'm talking about this out loud, I think I am leaning Shepard between the two. But if you're worried about the injuries, then maybe you start Pittman, right? But yeah, technically it's better matchup for Pittman, but there's no one else really for the Giants to throw the football to. So I think just due to volume, we're going to lean with our guy Sterling Shepard, in my opinion. Luke Payne, I am also the Calvin owner, so Madison is a bit more valuable to me. So it really depends on if I want to drop Bass, which I don't. There you go. There you go. David Z, hey, thanks for what you're doing. I literally have 6 starters on bye this week. Full PPR, 2 flex league. I scrounge around, got Tua, Jamar Chase, Jalen Waddle, Williams, and McKissick. I like all those guys this week. But yeah, you're welcome, man. I appreciate the kind words and the support, bro. But yeah, those are all great players to start this week. 100%. 100%. Oh, dude, JT's. Oh, we tripped him up. We tripped him up. No way. Okay. Gasecki, Marcus Kelly, Marcus Brown, Prater, and Tampa Bay. I like that matchup. Or, I mean, I like the lineup, David Z. Jay Money Stone, what's going on? Do I start Antonio Gibson this week? This is a great question. It's come up a lot in tonight's stream. We may just have to monitor this up until game time. I mean, I want you guys to be able to start him, but it's actually not a great matchup versus Green Bay. And yeah, he's been hurt, right? And he left last week's game, right? It's just such a tough question to answer, right? I mean, even our co-host Steven was in the chat a little bit tonight, and he's got Gibson in our primary league, and he's like, I don't know what to do with Antonio Gibson. And unfortunately, I don't quite know what to do either for you guys. I wish I had a better answer, but I think it's a little bit of a gamble because he could go out there and have quite a good game, but he could also go out there and just be limited and not look fully healthy. And even with that, he could still find the end zone, right? But it's just such a tough call to make, and it might be something that we're going to have to monitor until tomorrow. Unfortunately, J Money. Luke, Dalvin, yeah, I figured you meant Dalvin. Justin, appreciate, man. Always took the advice. Now I'm 6-0 coming every week. Let's go, Justin. Shout out to you, bro. And yeah, you're very welcome, man. David Z, my opponent has Tannehill, Metcalf, DJ Moore, Hines, Mike Davis, Hunter Henry, Aaron Jones, Corey Davis. Mac A, LA Rams defense. Do you think I have a chance? You absolutely have a chance, man. Absolutely. Tua's got a great matchup, and you got Waddle involved. I mean, they're both facing Atlanta, who's 28th ranked team against opposing quarterbacks, and they're not very good in the secondary at all. So I love that kind of that pairing between those two, man. And outside of that, Jamar Chase, I think, is going to have a very good game. The Ravens secondary has been bad. This is going to be a competitive game, man. So I love that start as well. Darrell Williams and McKissick, I know that they probably aren't leaving you with a ton of confidence, but they're fine starts for the week as well, man. Gasecki's another great start in that same matchup. I mean, I think that the Dolphins are going to have a good day, but if they tank, then yeah, obviously that's going to hurt you quite a bit. But I don't see it happening against this Atlanta Falcons defense. Excuse me. Callaway should have a pretty good game against Seattle. He's presenting a pretty good upside, and Marquise Brown also should stay pretty competitive in that Bengals game. So I'm happy with those two guys in the flex as well, especially considering the bye weeks and injuries and everything. So I definitely think you have a shot, man. Absolutely. Tannehill hasn't played great for your opponent, right, on the season. It's a great matchup, though, but, he has not been extremely consistent. So we'll see what happens there. But overall, here, I'll keep going down the list, though. Metcalf, has Geno Smith throwing to him. So you could see little bit of optimism there. DJ Moore, I think, has a good game, to be quite frank with you, but uh, we saw a lot of drops out of him last week as well. So we'll see what happens. But I do think Moore will have a good game. Not going to lie to you. Hines, I don't think is a great start for your opponent. So I think that's going to work in your favor. He's been extremely inconsistent. Could he score? Sure. But he's also been inconsistent. So we'll see. Mike Davis, I do think is going to get probably around 10 points or more. So I think Mike Davis is a good start. Hunter Henry, I also think is a good start. And Aaron Jones, of course, a good start. Corey Davis is a bad start, though. So, yeah, I like some of his lineup, but I don't like all of his lineup. Now, Matt Gay and the LA Rams defense are great starts on the week, though. I'm not going to lie about that. But yeah, I mean, Tannehill, kind of iffy. Metcalf, could he go off? Sure, but Geno Smith is throwing the football, so we'll see. DJ Moore, I do like, but Hines, I don't like. Mike Davis, not a crazy ceiling, but I do like him this week. Hunter Henry and Aaron Jones, I'm not going to lie, I think are going to have pretty good games. But Corey Davis, I don't like at all this week. So I do think there's some negatives to his roster. I could get Matt Ryan, Joe Burrow, Derek Carr over Tua. Should I keep Tua? Personally, I would roll with Tua. I mean, that's who I'm streaming this week. He's my top streamer on the week. I don't mind Matt Ryan, but next I'd put Derek Carr and then Joe Burrow. But hey, man, have some conviction in Tua. I think he's going to have a pretty good week overall. And I am personally streaming him this week. So yeah, I like Tua quite a bit, actually. And I mean, yeah, the Atlanta Falcons defense, 28th in the league against opposing wide receivers. So I think you got all the reason in the world to start Tua. I mean, excuse me, not against receivers, against opposing quarterbacks. So I think you've got all the reason in the world to start Tua this week. And to do so with confidence. Luke, in another league, would you say it's worth dropping Chuba to get the Patriots D against the Jets? I'm 4-2 and have good RBs. I could also punt this week with the D and kicker. I have Bass as well. Who are you currently starting at the position? I guess is my question. Who are you starting at defense? That's what I'm curious about. Because I don't think you should drop Chuba until we see CMC come back, to be honest. So if you have a defense in there, I would roll with them. But if you've got a defense on bye week, I don't know. I mean, I do think that the Pats are a pretty solid start this week. I'll try to get Chuba back after. I just don't know if it's worth punting this week. Oh, so you're without a kicker in defense. Yeah. Then I think you do. Who else is on your roster that you could consider dropping? I have Swift, Henry, and Fournette as well as Eckler on the bye. My defense is the Bills. Wow, those are tough decisions. Who else do you have that you could consider dropping? Guys, make sure you smash that like button on your way in or out, however it may be tonight. And if you guys are new here, make sure you consider subscribing down below as well, becoming part of the Catch fam tonight. But man, it's been a blast tonight, man. We're going to still hang around for a little bit longer, but that's those are the two things I asked from you guys. So, anyways, Chase says, please don't drop Chuba. Yeah, let me know if there's anyone else you can drop, David. I'm sorry, Luke. Okay, let's see here. David, okay, we'll keep Tua then. Thanks. Absolutely, man. Yeah, I think he's a great start on the week, bro. Absolutely. Let's see here. Start AJ Green, Herbert, or Collins is Bopex. It's definitely. I think AJ Green's got the best matchup. Collins is injured, right? I mean, apparently it doesn't matter who Collins plays against. The way that he ran the ball against Pittsburgh Steelers, but that was on Thursday night, so I don't know if you want to read too much into it. Short week and everything, but yeah. AJ Green's got a pretty good matchup versus Houston. So I think I'm leaning AJ Green as Herbert's going up against the Buccaneers, and it's not a good matchup at all. So I think Green is where I'd lean there. What is Carson Wentz doing against us? Okay, Luke, my bench as of right now is Chuba, Javonte, Keenan Allen, Eckler, and Cooper. So not great options. Yikes. Who? 4-2. Got Swift, Henry, and Fournette. Man, that's tough. That's very tough. Yeah. Man, you might have to forfeit. So you can't drop the Bills defense. I guess if you're gonna drop someone, Chuba's the right player, but I just hate to see you lose that value. I mean, I get you're starting Swift, Henry, and Fournette like every week, but I hate to see you lose that value, man. Let me know where your headspace is at, Luke, because that's tough. Bopex, thanks. Also, should I trade away Jamal Williams, Tim Patrick, and CEH for Chubb? If you think there's good enough players on the waiver wire to replace, you know, your bench RB and your bench receiver more than likely, and Tim Patrick, then yeah, I think that's a fair trade. I do. Now, I mean, a 3-for-1 is difficult. If you can rebuttal and get a 3-for-2, then I think that's fine. If you can at least get some sort of value outside of Chubb, then I think you try. But if you can't, then I think it's a fine start. I mean, a fine trade. Yeah. Chase, I have Ridley, AB, and Shepard as my wide receivers. I love that stack. I love those three players when healthy. I don't know what AB is doing to us this week, man, but yeah, that's what's up, Chase. I like it. Luke, maybe I could try a trade to at least get some value out of you, but you could do that as well. You don't have a lot of time before tomorrow, right? So, but man, you might have to consider forfeiting, which is tough. It's tough. Should I treep? Wow. Should I treep? Should I keep or trade Amari? Says Chase. The problem with Amari Cooper is that he always has a high ceiling, right? Kind of similar to Mike Evans. Always has a high ceiling, but a low floor as well. A lot of mouths to feed in that offense, right? And sometimes he doesn't end up getting the football too often. So I think he's a good player to have on the trading block, but you should still get pretty good value out of him, man. If you are going to trade him, maybe trade him, sell him high after a big performance, as Delvin Singletary just ran a 80-yard touchdown on us in Madden. But I think he's a fine player to trade. Chase could try and trade for RB2, have Kamara, but RB2 is Damian Harris. Yep, I think that's fine. I think that's fine. Bo picks, honestly, don't care. My lineup would be nuts after bench is WTV. My 14-man PPR lineup would be Kyler, Jefferson, Ridley, AJ Brown, Hawkinson, Gibson, and Chubb if I got trade off. Yeah. Yeah. And then I think it's definitely worth it, bro. Absolutely. What RBs to target in terms of an RB2? Dude, it's so thin out there. It's so hard to say. I mean, maybe like a Zach Moss, as I'm staring at the Bills. But it's tough, man. Who do you think you can realistically get? I mean, I know I'm the one supposed to be answering, but it's just so tough. Like the running back position is so thin right now. Some of these guys you might have to consider trading for are going to be players that might be like a Johnson or a Herbert or a Booker or Chuba, who you're not going to start on a weekly basis. You know what I'm saying? So it's like it's just tough in terms of how thin it is out there, man. Chase, you already have Moss. Okay, so that suggestion didn't help at all. Ryan. Ryan says Mike Davis or Josh Jacobs as RB2 targets. Those are great targets, especially Josh Jacobs, man. Especially Josh Jacobs. But I do agree. Mike Davis has been incredibly consistent this year, so I don't hate Mike Davis either. I think those are two great suggestions. Thank you, Ryan, for helping get my brain back in action here as we approach the 1 o'clock mark, and I'm getting a little foggy. But yeah, I think those are great options as RB2 targets. All right, going forward in Madden here. Ryan, now my wide receiver core in the catch family is Godwin, Debo, Mike Williams, and Jalen Waddle. I love it. I love those receivers. Wow, that was kind of a glitch play, but I'll take it. Let's go. Luke, okay, I think I will probably just forfeit the kicker and defensive positions in my leagues this week. Probably the best option down the road as I like my teams. I just think it's a smart move to do. Yeah. Thank you very much. Appreciate the help. Have a good night. Like and subscribe. Appreciate that support, Luke. Appreciate you coming through for a bit tonight. And thanks for letting us bounce around your fantasy questions. And yeah, have a good night and good luck tomorrow, brother. Streak, do I do Kyler, D Hop, and Patterson for Mahomes and Tyreek? I got Derrick Henry and Alex Collins as my RBs right now. So I mean, as long as he can start Patterson and at full PPR, 10-man league, I'm 4-2. I don't think you do that trade. I just think you're losing too much depth. And I mean, if Collins is your RB2, then I don't know if he can do it, right? I mean, don't get me wrong, Mahomes and Hill are Mahomes and Hill, and they're going to give you a crazy ceiling on a weekly basis. But like, it's just a lot of depth to lose, and I don't know if you can afford to do it with Collins being injured and not even being the RB1 when Chris Carson comes back. So, um, getting Mahomes and Tyreek is a big gain. I don't disagree. I mean, Mahomes is going to probably be our QB1 on the year in fantasy, but it's just like it's a it's tough to answer. You got Carson as well. That helps a little bit. That definitely helps a little bit. If you've got the conviction, then I say do it, man. But it's a lot to give up, right? I mean, quite frankly, as good as Mahomes and Hill are, giving up D Hop, Patterson, and Murray is a lot. Like you should. The only point I'm trying to make is you should be able to get a third player out of that. Uh, the way that DeAndre Hopkins, Kyler Murray, and Patterson have performed, you should absolutely be able to get a third player out of that, even if they're not as flashy of names as Tyreek Hill and Patty Mahomes, right? Um, so that's my only point. Other point I would say, if you got the conviction, then I say go for it, man. But at the same time, you should be able to get one more player out of that, man. Chase can try getting James Robinson. I agree there and package Amari and like Gaskin or Moss. Yeah, I agree with that too. Bo picks drop Collins for Freeman and Ingram or not. I'd say Freeman's a fine start for the week. If Collins doesn't play, then yes. Now, Ingram is more of a desperation move, right? He's going to see the volume. So if you're absolutely hurting, you could play him. But I would definitely lean Freeman over Ingram. And, I think you can trust Collins, right? But it is a tough matchup. He played very well against the Steelers who are also a tough matchup. But then the other thing to keep in mind is that he's, of course, injured as well. So if he doesn't play, then I would lean Freeman. Let's see here. Henry Ruggs or Marquise Brown. Do I send? I'll do Kyler, D Hop, Patterson for Mahomes, Tyreek, and Marquise. I consider that. I consider that. Yeah, I think that makes it a little bit more of a fair trade. If you've got the conviction in Hill and Mahomes, and I say go for it. But losing Patterson, I do think, I'll just warn. I think it hurts you a little bit at the RB position right now. But if you got the conviction, I'm not going to talk you out of it, my guy. Bopex Ingram had 18 rush attempts last week, so only considered because that. Yeah. And don't get me wrong, man. If you're hurting at the running back position, I think he's a fine player to pick up this week, but I like Freeman a little bit more. And yeah, it's like with Ingram, he's getting the volume, but we've got to see him get in the end zone to be fantasy relevant, right? Um, so yeah. So yeah. I don't think it's a bad consideration. Easy Mac, got notifications on and we'll be back again. Thanks for your help. Absolutely, brother. Appreciate that support. Appreciate you hitting that notification bell, man. If you guys are new here, make sure you go and sub down below. Hit that like button if you guys haven't done so already. And of course, hit that notification bell so you guys don't miss any of our weekly uploads or our weekly streams as well. So appreciate you, Easy Mac, and we will see you next time. All right, let's see here. Oh, man. It's going to be a tough Madden game. Chase, when's the stream tomorrow? Probably same time, around 9:30 or so. Do a Sunday night reaction trade. Wow, can you guys tell how late it is? I'm starting to say words that don't make sense. Sunday night reaction stream. Excuse me. Ewick, what's up, man? How's your weekend been? Ewick, what's going on, brother? My weekend's been all right. Thank you for asking, man. Hope everything is good with you. Thanks for coming out and making the stream for a bit. Yeah, good to see you, my guy. Oh no, Dawson Knox just scored on us. But I'm not even mad because it's Dawson Knox. Yeah, Ewick, it's good to see you. Hope you're doing well, bro. Let me know if you got any questions on the night. All right. Ryan, Marlon Mack has a possibility of being traded to the Niners before the deadline. Yeah, I've heard a lot about this Marlon Mack situation, and I would say that the last place I want him to go is the 49ers because you guys know I hate that backfield. But yeah, Chase Brown. All right, sounds good. I'll be there. Going to head out, but I appreciate the stream as always. Thanks, Chase. We will see you tomorrow, and appreciate you coming out and showing support on the night. Always good to have you here, my guy. But yeah, Ryan. I would hate to see him go to the Niners. I really would. But it could make sense. It could make sense. I mean, Jeff Wilson doesn't come back here next month. Mitchell and Hasty have been banged up. It makes sense, but I just hate that backfield, and I want to see Marlon Mack should, excuse me, should and can be a starter somewhere. So I would definitely rather see him on a team that's not the Niners, where he's going to get mixed in with 7 other running backs. But that's just my opinion. But thanks for the update. And yeah, I mean, I've heard a lot about the Marlon Mack situation off and on, right? So we'll see what happens. And I mean, yeah, the Colts can certainly get by with Naheem Hines and Jonathan Taylor. And I know that Marlon Mack is at RB1 caliber. So yeah, I mean, I think it makes sense for them to trade him. And we'll see what happens. So we'll see what happens. I wonder what team I would rather see him on. Maybe, I mean, I've also heard the Chiefs, you know, so we'll see what happens there. That would probably be interesting as well. But can the Chiefs get by with Williams and McKissick? I'm not McKissick. I'm sorry. McKinnon, probably. So I don't know if they're really going to need to do that. But yeah, I'd love to see Marlon Mack on a good team. Ryan, I wouldn't mind Mack on my Niners. There you go. There you go. Yeah, I just think the question is, would they make him like a true RB1, or would they implement 4 running backs? And my gut feeling is telling me they're going to implement Hasty, Jeff Wilson. I guess Raheem starts out for the year, but Elijah Mitchell, Hushek, everyone there, right? So we'll see. We'll see. But yeah, I mean, I do think it'd be a good fit. I'd just rather see him become a true RB1. You know what I'm saying? All right, let's see here. This Madden game is getting intense. Man, the Bills are hard to stop when you're the New York Jets. Oh, we got a 4th down. Let's go. All right, guys, getting into the late hours, man. Let me know what's up, guys. Let me know what's going on with y'all. Doesn't have to be football related. Can be fantasy related, of course, but let me know what else is going on, guys. All right, let's see here. I think at this point in our depth chart, he would most likely be a true RB1. Yeah. What do you feel about Jeff Wilson coming back? Do you think Jeff Wilson's worth picking up in fantasy? I know a lot of people stashing him right now. Jixer, what's going on? Hope you're doing well tonight. Thanks for coming out to the stream. Should I drop Ayuk and Robbie Anderson and pick up Callaway from waivers? I mean, I would pick up Callaway over Anderson, hands down. Absolutely. Now, Ayuk, I think, still presents some upside on the season. So I don't have a problem holding on to Ayuk, as he could turn up in the second half of the season, man. But I don't mind dropping Robbie Anderson for Callaway at all. As a matter of fact, I think it's a pretty solid move. Yeah. So if you're going to drop one, I would definitely drop Anderson. Jixer, what's going on? Hey, bud. What's going on, man? Ryan, Jeff Wilson would probably be the 3rd down RB. Yeah. He's kind of a touchdown machine, don't you agree? Don't you agree, man? Um, I'm trying to decide if he's worth stashing or not. I don't know if he is, man. I don't know if he is. Especially if they sign Marlon Mack. And I guess the nice thing with Jeff Wilson right now is you can put him on an IR. He gets loose, won't deny that. I mean, I feel like all these Niners running backs do. I mean, they're all good is like the biggest problem. Elijah Mitchell's been good. Hasty's good. Mostart when healthy is good. Wilson's good when healthy. They get Marlon Mack. It's just crazy. Hugh Sheck is best fullback in the league, arguably, right? I mean, and I feel like I'm forgetting a running back. Is there another one I'm forgetting? But they're all good. They're all good for sure. Let's see here. Jixer, if they sign Marlon Mack, should owners drop Elijah Mitchell after week 7? I don't quite know. Like, it's going to be very tough to evaluate. We're going to have to kind of just continuously evaluate this, right? Like, we're going to have to get actual sample sizes out of this. So it's going to be tough until we actually see how these different running backs are deployed, right, within their offense. So it's going to be tough to answer until we actually have some sort of sample size. Let's see. If they sign Marlon Mack, not worth the stash, but if they don't sign Mack, he's a good stash. I agree with that in regards to Jeff Wilson. I absolutely agree. I think that's a great way of looking at it, Ryan. Yeah, I don't know if you drop Elijah Mitchell. We're just gonna have to see an actual sample size, right? Like it's so hard to evaluate. All right. All right, finally got a penalty call and something positive in this Madden game. All right, guys, let me know what else is going on, what other fancy questions you guys have got on the night. And we'll keep on rolling for a bit here. Probably going to wind down the stream after this game of Madden. Kind of had a long 24 hours, but we'll definitely be on tomorrow night for our Week 7 reaction stream as well, and we'll keep on rolling into Week 7 with our Monday Night Football hangout stream as well, which will, of course, have some fantasy Q&A for Week 8. I can't believe it's already Week 8, guys. I mean, it's craziness. Absolute craziness. This season is just flying by. Absolutely flying by. Oliver is Waller out. Not officially, but he is questionable, and being questionable or being marked questionable on the Saturday is not a good thing. So I mean, we're gonna have to monitor this until game time, but it's not looking good. I'll put it that way. He's not officially out. This is the worst bye week it is. It's absolutely awful. Is Gibson going to play? Once again, I do not quite know. I do not quite know, but I wouldn't bank on it necessarily. But yeah, if those are two guys you own, it's not looking great. Just being honest with you. But I think Gibson will play. But to what degree of certainty can we have in him on the day? I'm not quite sure. Right? I'm not quite sure. I think that we might see a little bit of J.D. McKissick out there, and we might see Gibson relatively limited as well. But we'll see what happens. Gibson can still find the end zone even if injured. Jason Waddle or Devonta? It's a great question. Devonta going up against the Raiders is a pretty decent matchup, but Waddle and company going up against Atlanta, I think, is a great great matchup, man. And with Tua back out there and that chemistry, I think I'm inclined to lean Waddle this week. Uh, absolutely, absolutely really like Waddle this week. But if you start Smith, I mean, Smith has been a little bit more inconsistent, right? Waddle been inconsistent due to different quarterback play, but Smith just been inconsistent in general. So, I mean, I think it's an okay start. I do think Gibbs, or excuse me, I do think that Devonta Smith could end up having a good day. But if I had to, if it was my roster, I would have Waddle in personally. What's your prediction for Booker? I don't know, man. I have to start him in my primary league, so I hope he has a good game. It's an awful matchup. Carolina is the best team in the league against opposing running backs right now. So uh, we're just kind of crossing our fingers that he gets in the end zone, right? And don't get me wrong, there's like nobody else on this. I mean, everyone's banged up still on this Giants roster. So uh, the fact that he does get involved in the passing game should help. And I think that he could end up having a pretty decent day, but it's a very bad matchup. I'll put it that way. What's your prediction for Booker? Oh, I just went over that one. I'm so sorry. I think we might see some Dylan if the Packers get a big lead. I absolutely agree as well. We've talked about that on tonight's stream. Also, I do think AJ Dillon will have some good, kind of garbage time points on the week. So yeah, I like AJ Dillon this week. Feed Zeke. What's going on, man? Hope you're doing well tonight. Damian Williams, Stevenson, Tyson Williams, or Hasty? That's a tough question. It's a tough question. I think I want to lean Williams here. Or no, I was thinking of Daryl Williams. If I'm choosing a Bears running back right now, I'm leaning Herbert. So let's see. Man, I don't mind Ramondre Stevenson versus the Jets, but he's just absolutely touchdown dependent. And unfortunately, I think all four of those guys are relatively touchdown dependent, right? So I'm starting Stevenson in my 20-man league, but I don't really like it. All those guys are touchdown dependent, man. So we got to look at matchups, right? Williams got the Bucks, not a good matchup. So let's keep that in mind right there. Stevenson, probably the best matchup out of the bunch. Tyson Williams versus the Bengals, not a great matchup, right? Um, Hasty, I just don't know what volume we're going to see out of him, man. His first game back, it's also not a good matchup versus the Colts. So I think I'm leaning Ramondre Stevenson, man. Let me know what you think about that. Oliver, Bears running back, got me all confused now. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Do you think he's going to be the main back tomorrow? I don't. I don't. Um, I really think it's going to be Herbert. I had Herbert in like a Yahoo lineup and two ESPN lineups now, so I'm switching him out since Williams is active. It's a hard question. It is a hard question. Absolutely. I think Herbert stole in the show, but we could be wrong. We could be wrong. I could be wrong, I should say. We'll see. But I do feel like Herbert's kind of stolen the show. Yeah, I'm screwed at RB. I have Zeke and Hunt some down bad this week. I think it's Herbert, man. I think it's Herbert. But out of those guys, I think you got to lean Stevenson, but it's not going to be pretty. All those guys are touchdown dependent. So I'm just looking at matchups, right? I certainly would hate for it to go in one of those players' favors that I didn't recommend, but I think you just have to look matchups there. And the Jets are the worst offense against opposing running backs out of the four, or the worst defense. I'm sorry. Jexer Sanders versus Las Vegas. Alex Collins versus New Orleans at the flex spot for full PPR. If Collins plays and you start Collins, even though it's a worse matchup, the Seattle is going to have to rely on him, right? And he played great against Pittsburgh, right? So I if he plays, and I think you roll with him, just because overall we've seen nothing good out of Miles Sanders. So yeah, that's where I would lie there. Let's see here. But if Collins doesn't play, then I think he starts Sanders out of desperation. Ewick, I have Lamar and Brady. Who am I starting this week? Oh gosh, this came up earlier from a different member of the Catch fan, man. Listen, I just think the game script is better for Lamar Jackson. I think it'll be a more competitive game. Okay. Uh, Brady could go crazy as that Bears secondary isn't very good, but their front seven's pretty good. But I also think that Brady and company will get up pretty early in that game, right? And they won't need to score as many points. Where the Ravens and Bengals game is going to be much more competitive, and the Ravens are probably going to need to hang around. So I might be wrong on this one, but I think I'm leaning Lamar. Although uh, coming off his worst performance of the season, right? Where he didn't really have to. He just kept handing off the football in the end zone or in the red zone. So I think I'm leaning Lamar, but it's a very tough call, and I think both calls are fine. Maybon, do I start Chase Edmonds, Damian Williams, or AJ Dillon? I'm leaning AJ Dillon there. I think the Catch fan. We've got a lot of conviction in AJ Dillon on the week, and I think he's going to have a good game, man. I think he's going to see a lot of garbage time points, and uh, I think the Packers are going to try and uh, milk this clock and get out of there pretty quickly. So I like Dillon out of the three, but I could see Edmonds playing fine against Houston, and I'm not. I still don't know about Damian Williams because Herbert's been playing so good. And regardless, even if Williams is the guy tomorrow, it's not a good matchup versus Tampa Bay at all. So for me, I'm leaning AJ Dillon and then Edmonds and then Williams. Would you flex T. Higgins or Gasecki? Wow, that's a great question. Personally, I had no problem flexing Gasecki whatsoever. I got nothing but good things to say about starting Gasecki this week. So I feel fine with Gasecki. Um, and Higgins hasn't really looked great since coming back from injury, but I do think it's a good game script versus the Ravens. So um, I don't hate either of them. But I love my guy, Mike Gesicki, man. He's got a great matchup against the Atlanta Falcons. I think he's going to have a big game, man. So if it was my roster, I definitely consider Gesicki in there. Absolutely. All right. Great questions tonight, guys. You guys are absolutely killing it. Man, we're playing pretty decent against the Bills here, too. Chris Herndon's got 5 receptions. Let's go. All right, guys, we're going to start winding things down. So please let me know what other fantasy questions you guys have on the night. I don't know how long we started at 9:30, so we've been streaming for a minute. Yeah, about 4 hours. That's a really tough one, Ewick, between Lamar and Brady, though. Like I could go back and forth on that one. I really think it's going to be a more competitive game for the Ravens and company. So I think that's where I'm lying there. But I could go back and forth with that. Feed Zeke. I like Gasecki too. Good to see him get those targets. I absolutely agree, man. Absolutely agree. Love my guy, Mike Gesicki. Really vouched for him in the offseason and preseason, man. Really, really did. What difficulty are you playing on Madden? All Madden. Yeah, all Madden. Well, I better make this kick. I don't know if I made it. Okay, I did. I'm really bad at kicking in Madden. Whoa, I didn't make it. Oh my god. Dude, that was like rigged. That was rigged. What was that? I guess my kicking power was messed up. All right. Okay, let's give the Bills a chance to win this football game, I guess. What are your thoughts on AJ Brown this week? He's going to have a good game, are my personal thoughts. He's due for a big game, man. And this matchup is beautiful. He looked great coming back last week. Apparently, he ate some Chipotle, is the rumor I heard, and he had food poisoning. But yeah, yeah. I love AJ Brown this week, Ewick. I think he's going to have a great game. I really, really do. Love this matchup. I would start him with confidence. Jason Kenobi, late night stream. Yeah, you know how it goes on Saturday, bro. You know how it goes. And I just said we were going to start winding it down, but maybe we'll keep chilling. Why not? Why not? You know how it goes, Jason, on Saturdays. I'm getting a little foggy, I'm not gonna lie. So my my analysis might not be as on point if I stay on, but I'm happy to stay on for a little bit longer. I'm really into this face of the franchise, Madden franchise with the Jets we've got going on. We've had some bad games tonight, but it looks like we're getting a solid dub versus the Bills tonight. Jason, what's up with you, bro? What have you been up to, man? Let me know. Let me know what's going on. KB, how do you feel about Khalil Herbert tomorrow? Well, I guess Williams is active, which hurts things. Um, it's a bad matchup versus the Bucks. I've got to start him because I screwed up my lineup and I meant to move Johnson on the Browns to my flex position. I mean, to my RB1 or 2, and I didn't. And now I've got Booker and Herbert, and I have to start both of them. And I'm just thinking about Zach Ertz sitting on my bench, and I really would like to start him, and I can't. Let's see here. Just gonna be watching a Jack the Ripper YouTube documentary. Okay, Jason, Halloween season, bro. Let's go. Yeah, it's a bad matchup, KB, for Herbert tomorrow, but I do think that I think he's the lead guy there. I do. I truly do. Are you a Broncos fan? Yes, but also a Washington football team fan. But yes, go Broncos. Yes, my new Von Miller jersey my wife got for me. It's pretty sick. I'd rather wear a Broncos jersey than a Washington football team jersey, though. Uh-oh, flag on that play. And Von Miller, one of my favorite players in the league, undoubtedly. I'm thinking about getting a Jamar Chase jersey, though. Ryan just got off work. Time to go home. Let's go, Ryan. Always a good feeling. Closing time. Blah, 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 blah. There's my song for you, Ryan. Like I said, guys, it's getting that point in the night, but dude, we just beat the Bills. Dude, the league cannot stop our Jets team. Catch fam. Yeah, guys, let me know what's going on, man. What you guys are up to outside of football this weekend as well. Getting to that point where my Q&A analysis is not going to be as good, but I'm happy to keep trying my best for you guys, of course. But let me know what else is going on, guys. Oh man, can't believe we just whooped up on the Bills like that. I'm from New England, so go Pats and go Mac Jones. Mac and cheese, baby. I do love mac and cheese, bro. I'm rooting for Big Mac all the way, dog. Rooting for mac and cheese, man. I had a lot of faith in him in the offseason and preseason, man. But yeah, I like Mac. I like Big Mac mainly because I can call him mac and cheese or Big Mac. Justin Young, I just can't decide either Holloway or Kirk at the flex and PPR. Tough. I think maybe Link Callaway because there's so many injuries to that to that offensive role at the position. Wow. Live stream sneeze for you guys. Dude, I've been feeling that sneeze coming on for like 2 hours. Uh so that was interesting. That was very relieving. All right, let's move on. Yeah, Justin, I think he leaned Callaway. I mean, Kirk is always going to give you big upside, but there's less mouths to feed in the Saints offense right now, like a lot less. So I think he leaned Callaway. Yeah, actually, I want to blow my nose with the mic off my face. Justin Young says, bless you. Thank you. Sorry, guys. Sorry, guys. Wow, I feel 10 times better after that, though. Let's see here. Ryan, can't wait to deliver pizzas on Halloween. Can't imagine it being busy. There you go. There you go. Adrian, what's going on? Should I start Tom Brady or Lamar Jackson? Dude, you are the third person to ask me the same question tonight, and it's a great question, man. Personally, I think I'm still leading Lamar Jackson here. You're third person, and every time that this comes up, I go back and forth. Okay, I think it's a better game script for Lamar Jackson, right? Um, it's just tough. I mean, I just think that the Buccaneers and Tom Brady are going to get up early, and they're not going to have to stay competitive. And in a nutshell, I do think that the Bengals and Ravens game will be much more competitive overall. So I think you got to lean Lamar, even though he's coming off his worst performance of the season. But it's very, very tough. I think I'm leaning Lamar though, but don't hate me if Brady plays better because Chicago is much better up front than they are in the secondary. And Brady could come out and throw 3 touchdowns in the first half of this game, you know. But after that, it's like I don't think the Bears are going to stay in this game. You know what I'm saying? So I think I'm leaning with the Ravens, and I think I'm leaning with Lamar Jackson. Adrian, would you trade Julio Jones for Jarvis Landry? Potentially, yeah. I think Jarvis is going to be the certified #1 receiver on that team, where Julio is still competing against AJ Brown. So yeah, I don't hate that, man. Jason, Sean McDermott was not having it. No, he was not at all. Not at all. Very unhappy with that performance. Let's see here. Justin, so probably Callaway over McKissick and Mitchell, right? Since Gibson and Hasty are starting. Yeah, I'd agree with you. But either of those running backs could always end up in the red zone. Is the very frustrating thing about running backs, right? So it's hard to say, but yeah, I think Callaway's got a higher ceiling. Oliver, should I flex Patterson, Hubbard, or Williams? I think Patterson. Patterson all day. I like Williams. I don't mind Hubbard, but I think Patterson's the move all day, bro. Against Miami, it's a good matchup, bro. Nick Gomez, what's going on, man? Thanks for coming out to the official late night stream tonight of the week, bro. So I appreciate you being here, and hope you're having a great week and a good weekend as well. Let me know what fantasy questions you got on the night. Ewick, let's see here. I had the same question. Yeah. Like I said, a lot of people have this question tonight. I have Brady, and I'm playing against Lamar. Interesting. Justin, why do you guys have 2 top 10 quarterbacks? I picked them both up, I believe, 8th and 9th for trade value. There you go. Nothing wrong with that, Adrian. Jace Ewick's in the 4-man league. That makes sense. Lamar in the 8th round. Yeah, that's a little crazy right there. Maybe I reached for Lamar. I don't know. Oliver, this bye week is weird. Somewhere on Mike Davis and Patterson as my 2 RBs. Hey, man, I think that they're both going to have very good games. So nothing wrong with that. Ben, what's going on, bro? Gibson, Mitchell, or Devontae Parker in the flex, assuming all are active. Update on Mo Alley Cox is going to rain tomorrow. Fade and pick up OJ Howard. Okay, interesting. Let's see here. Man, and then Hasty is starting as well. So it's like that kind of brings up a question mark around Mitchell. So it's tough, bro. It's tough. Ooh, I want to like Parker this week, guys. I really do. It's a good matchup versus Atlanta, but it's like, can we trust him? We haven't seen him in a couple weeks. I really want to like Parker, man. I want to like Mitchell, but we know that Hasty's probably going to be in the mix as well. Ooh, it's tough. And then I want to say, I mean, it's like without this injury to Gibson, and beat Gibson all day long. It's a middle of the pack matchup for Gibson versus Green Bay. But man, is it crazy to say Gibson out of those 3? I don't know if it is. For some reason, as we approach the 130 mark, I think I'm leaning Gibson out of those guys. Is that crazy? Where's your head at, bro? Let me know what you're feeling. Let me know what you're feeling, Ben. Adrian, I traded Lamar Jackson, Emmanuel Sanders for Tyreek Hill and Dak in one league while still having Tom for a ninth round pick. So to get Tyreek, it's worth it. There you go. Great moves. Great moves, man. Oliver Alley Cox. Ew. Fair enough. Oh gosh, I pressed the wrong button. Will it pay off? Almost. Jeez. Adrian, I'm in a 10-man league. Should I trade away Metcalf? Jason says depends on what you can get. I do agree. It depends on what you can get for him. Absolutely. But if the value is there, then yeah. Oh my gosh, what is that throw? Okay, Adrian. I traded away Nick Chubb and Kareem for CMC 2 weeks ago while still having Zeke and Patterson. Nice. Great moves, man. Great moves, especially with Chubb going down for short term and with Hunt going down for a little bit. So yeah, I mean, even if it's CMC, right, who's injured at the moment, I think it's a good trade if you have Zeke and Patterson as well. Absolutely, good work. Uh, Ben, I'm thinking Devontae, assuming he's active because he's the wide receiver one on the Dolphins with Tua back. It's a good point as well. Although I think Waddle's in the mix too. If he's not active, I'm leaning towards Elijah Mitchell solely because he is healthy. Gibson shit is a ticking time bomb. I think that plan is perfect. I would stick with that plan in your own conviction, man. I like that plan quite a bit, actually. But I would keep in mind that I think that Waddle is going to see a good amount of work for the Dolphins as well, we are coincidentally facing here at Madden. Adrian, okay, what should I ask for Metcalf? I would ask for another wide receiver one or an RB1. I mean, I get that Geno Smith is throwing him the football right now, but Josh Jacobs, right? I mean, where are you hurting at on your roster is my question, Adrian. I think Josh Jacobs would be a great trade target for Metcalf. Jason, I like Waddle as a 1A, Parker 1B. I agree. Parker's going to be better out of the slot, right? So I absolutely agree with that. Yeah, Adrian, what's your record and what's your roster? Those are good questions from Jason as well. Oh, come on. I thought I had that pick. Yeah, it depends on where you're hurting, if you should target a running back or a wide receiver. And it might even, ooh, big yawn, excuse me. It might even depend if you should trade DK at all, how the rest of your roster looks. Great questions tonight, guys. Keep it going, man. Keep it going. Catch fam in full force. Absolutely killing it. Like I said, let me know what else is going on with you guys. Doesn't have to be fantasy related as well. Anyone new here, make sure you hit that sub button down below. Become part of the Catch fam tonight. And everyone, make sure you hit that like button as well, as I'm sure most of you guys already have at this point. But it doesn't hurt to ask. All right. Ben, I had the Pats defense going against the Jets this week. How many picks do you think I'll get? 4 last time I played them. How bad do you think Belichick is going to beat the kid down tomorrow? It's a good question, but I wouldn't be optimistic for 18 or 20 points again. I mean, I think Zach Wilson's improved a little bit on the season, right? Now, is Belichick going to be a short-term kryptonite? I mean, probably. It's going to be hard not to, right? And yeah, last time these two met, it was not pretty at all for Zach Wilson. But I think Zach Wilson will play better than the last time they met, right? But still quite bad. Not as bad, but bad. Yeah. So he threw 4 last time. As I see Jason saying, I'll go with 2 and very badly. I think I agree with that, but I do think it'll be better than last time. So shout out to Zach Wilson. We're giving you a little bit of conviction here at the Catch. But hey, coming from a 4 interception game, 2 interceptions is not as bad. So we can look at it that way for our guy Zach Wilson. But yeah, I mean, I do think it's a good fantasy start, but I just don't think it's going to be as crazy as last time. But I could be wrong, and maybe it'll be worse. Only time will tell, right? We'll find out tomorrow. All right, guys. Given that point in the night, make sure you guys are throwing me your Q&A because I'm doing my darndest here. Thanks. I think the bye week hurts Wilson. He is going to be a little rusty, and Belichick has been studying him all week. I don't think there's any hope for him. Fair enough. Those are great points. And yeah, I mean, I'm not going to bet against Belichick by any means. So yeah, it's probably a good point. Yeah, I could see it going very, very badly for Zach Wilson and company. But Jameson Crowder's back. Michael Carter's playing a little bit better, right? I do think Corey Davis is going to have another bad outing. For those of you who own Corey Davis, I mean, I'm not starting. Actually, I am starting him in my 20-man league, but I actually dropped him in both my other leagues. I just think there are better options and more consistent ones. So, Jason, I'm heading off. All right, Jason, thanks for coming through, man. Always appreciate your support. Hope you have a good rest of your night and good luck tomorrow, man. We'll talk to you tomorrow. All right, let's see here. All right, so we'll go ahead and finish out this game of Madden, then we'll wind down the stream for the night. I did hang around for an additional game of Madden for you guys. So, hope you guys enjoyed the extra time. Adrian, record is 4-2, started off 0-2, but after a few trades, won my last four. Let's go. Lineup is Brady, Zeke, Patterson, Metcalf, Keenan, AB, Higgins, Waller, Landry, Lamar, CMC, Michael Thomas, Renfro, and Boss. So I like your wide receiver depth there. I think you can afford to trade DK, right? I mean, you can start Keenan and AB when healthy, and when not, you can flex in T. Higgins or Landry. So yeah, I think you can afford to lose. And you got Khalil Herbert, and you got Renfro as well. I mean, I think you could almost package Michael Thomas and Metcalf and probably get a pretty solid RB1 down the stretch. And if not, I think you can trade Metcalf straight up for like a Josh Jacobs, for a Saquon Barkley, who should come back healthy for you as well, because it does look like the RB position is your thinnest position. So I do think you should target a running back, if you do trade, right? And I think Josh Jacobs is great. I mean, Saquon isn't going to help you out right away, but I think he's a good move as well. But how do you feel about Josh Jacobs, man? Because I think that's a really good target looking at your team. Mr. Lamb Jam 28, what's going on? Devontae Williams or Nicole Hardman for flex? Yeah, that's a good question, man. That's a good question. Man, I want to like Hardman, but I just don't think I do. Really don't think I do. And just clarify with me, is that Daryl Williams or Damian Williams? Because I don't, unless you're asking Devontae Parker, Williams, or Mecole Hardman. Just clarify that part for me, Mr. Lamb Jam. Ben Dover, I hope for 2 picks, and my gut tells me I'm going to get a pick 6 tomorrow. If that's the case, I'll definitely win my week. Going up against Murray, need all the points I can get. They can definitely, absolutely have a pick 6 tomorrow. I don't think that's out of the question at all. Devontae Parker or Mecole Hardman. I'd lean Devontae Parker between the two. It's a much better matchup overall, right? Atlanta's been very bad in the secondary. And I mean, don't get me wrong, Tennessee has been as well. I don't get me wrong at all, but I just don't trust Hardman personally. I don't have good conviction in Hardman at all. So as long as Parker suits up and is active, which it looks like it's trending in that direction, then I think personally, if it was my roster, I'd lean Parker. I see that being a better, matchup and game script overall. I just have a hard time trusting Hardman. I really do. Really, really, truly do. So yeah, I lean Devontae Parker. But let me know where your headspace is at, Mr. Lamb Jam. Let me know what you're thinking, my guy. Oh gosh, I didn't know that the Dolphins were going to go for it there. KB says Rashad Bateman. That might not hurt either. Sorry guys, apparently I'm getting a little sniffly. Mr. Lamb Jam, thanks, boss. Absolutely, man. If you're new here, make sure you consider subscribing down below, becoming part of the Catch fam. But you are absolutely welcome, man. I appreciate you coming out none the less and throwing some fantasy Q&A our way. Let's see here. Ewick Art, I have DK, Debo, Terry, and AJ Brown, but which one am I sitting? That's a good question. Oh man, does it have to be DK? Is Lattimore strapping up? I think he is. If Lattimore is out there, is he on IR right now? Why can't I remember? Then I think it's definitely DK, especially since Geno Smith is also throwing him the football. So I think you definitely start Debo and AJ Brown. And I know Scary Terry's been a little bit disappointing, but I think he has, just due to volume, a good week versus Green Bay. So I might need to check into that if Lattimore is out there. Because if Lattimore is playing, man, then I think that you just bench DK. Let me see if I can't figure that out for you. Let me see what I can pull up here. Is he still out? It's saying he's still in, or week to week. Hold on. Uh, does anyone know Marshawn Lattimore is active or not? That's a tough one, Ewick. It's very tough. But once again, I mean, I think you're definitely starting Debo and AJ Brown, and then it's between DK uh, and Terry. Yeah, it's a tough call though. Okay, KB, Rashad Bateman or T Higgins this week? Ooh, I like both of those guys this week. Oh, T Higgins hasn't looked exactly the same since coming back, but I think I'd lean T Higgins. I think I'm leaning T Higgins. Yeah, I think he's got a better chance to score than Bateman. So I think I lean Higgins there. But it's tough. Definitely tough and a good question too. All right, guys, let me know what else you guys got as we start to wind down the stream after this game of Madden, that is. Definitely got to get the win in Madden here. Divisional rain game. Yeah, that's tough between Bateman and Higgins, though. I could truly go back and forth on that one. I mean, it's just kind of the problem with Bateman is we just don't have a clear sample size out of him, man. And like he could ball out tomorrow, and then he's going to be the top waiver priority and everything. But we just don't know exactly what to expect out of him, right? And like I think the volume's certainly there, and we saw a good target share last week, but it's just tough to say. Bend over. Do you ever play Warzone? If so, how many dubs do you have? Are you noob or do you melt? I went through a very heavy Warzone phase. I'm trying to remember off the top of my head. So first of all, I got really into Rebirth Island towards the end there of my personal Warzone career. So if we're counting Rebirth Island, then like 60 to 70 wins. If we're just talking Verdansk, then about 40, 42, 46 wins. I can't remember, man. I mean, I had to quit Warzone. I was so into it, man. I was really deep into it. KD, never amazing. I'm not gonna lie, because when I didn't really play Call of Duty ever until this past year, and during quarantine and everything, I like had to teach myself how to play. And towards the beginning there, like I mean, I would play rounds where I wouldn't get a single kill and everything, you know what I'm saying? And I had a lot of rounds where I had one or less kills or just gulag kills, you know what I'm saying? So my KD uh was not fixable, man. Like straight up not fixable. And never recovered in Verdansk, although towards the end I was getting, you know, 5 to 7 kill games, which aren't great by any means. They're not good, but they were much, much better, right? And now in Rebirth Island, I held like a solid one KD. So depends on how you look at it. I cared more about victories than kills, especially in Verdansk when I was playing with my typical squad. Um, I cared a lot more. Now Rebirth, some days I'm like, I just want to see how many kills I can get, but I actually have some Warzone gameplay up on my old channel, Thrift Shop Gaming, if you're ever really bored. And but it's all from Rebirth Island. So nice. So you melt. I appreciate that, but I don't know. Like I said, because my KD was never quite there for dance. We had a good squad and everything for a while though. So yeah, I do miss Warzone, but I was so deep into it, man. And there's no way I could do this, work full time, take care of my pregnant wife, uh, be in school full time, and play Warzone. So ultimately, I quit Warzone to really focus on this specific channel, as my last channel had some ties to Warzone. But uh, overall, yeah, yeah, this is it's very time consuming. It's very easy to pass 4 hours on Warzone in a day. So love it, man. I miss it, and yeah, one of my favorite games all time. Will definitely hold a special place in my heart. All right, Ewick, what are your thoughts on Swift this week? Lions are going up against a hard opponent, but I'm in a full PPR this week. I mean, I think you can start him if you have to, right? He's going to get plenty of garbage time opportunities, and in my opinion, right, it's not a great matchup at all, but also it's not the worst matchup. The Rams are good against the run, but they're not phenomenal. They've been a little bit better over the past 2 weeks or so, though, so that's where it gets a little scary. Um, but if he's a starting running back for you this week, I think it's okay. Looking at how many buys we have this week, how many injuries we have this week, I think it's perfectly fine. If you have to start him, uh, if there might be better options on some rosters, but if he's your guy this week, then I wouldn't panic too much about it. Yeah, Ben, I'll have to. I haven't watched that Rebirth Island gameplay on my old channel in forever. I'll have to pull that up tonight, maybe to put me to sleep. But uh, I I definitely miss Warzone, man. I don't think it's downloaded on my Xbox, or else I'd play a game right now. It's not downloaded, so I can't. But it'll take too long to download it. But that would be pretty funny. I mean, I haven't played since at least June. Yeah, it's been a hot minute. So it would be probably pretty entertaining, or at least maybe not entertaining, probably just cringy to watch me play around right now. I'm okay at Warzone. We push everyone we see and look for contact. It doesn't go well, but I used to be a god at COD Mobile. 50-60 kills a team deathmatch was the standard. Let's go. Yeah, and I loved multiplayer on the latest Call of Duty as well. Not I didn't play Black Ops, not Black Ops. I'm sorry, uh, Cold War. I didn't play Cold War, but Modern Warfare and everything. I really did like multiplayer as well. But let's see here. I do miss Warzone for sure. Absolutely. Steven, hello guys. Rondell or Bateman? Oh, That's a good question. I mean, I think the different ceilings there, right? Rondell Moore could actually go absolutely off. Um, but I think Bateman's a little bit of a safer play there. I think I'm leaning Bateman if it's full PPR. If it's standard, you lean Rondell and hope he gets in the end zone. Ben, but it's good to see you, Steven. Thanks for coming out tonight, man, as we start to get towards the end of the stream. Appreciate you coming through. If you got any other questions, make sure you get them in as well. Ben, I actually have some gameplay on my channel. It's my only video. It's free for all dub. I was messing around with clipping with my PS4, and this was the only thing I uploaded. Oh, dope. I'll check that out later, man, for sure. For sure. Yeah, my first channel I tried with YouTube was called Thrift Shop Gaming, and there's some Rebirth Island gameplay on there. And actually, they're pretty good rounds, too. There's one that I had a pretty filthy play on, but I don't remember which one it was. Oh, it was like, I think it's titled as like, uh, this random quad was crazy or something like that. I remember that I got on one night on a Saturday and just played with this random quad and, well, really random trio, and I was the fourth, and they all knew each other, and we got 2 or 3 victories in a row, and then well, we all kind of screwed up the last one, but I could have won the last one, and I didn't. So that was really sad. But there's my story. Ben, I'll warn you, it's nasty. Azir Cave. I come out of the gate strong. I love Azir Cave, man. I love that map, especially with a sniper, man. That's the one with like the oh gosh, like towards the tunnel entrance, behind it, headed towards all those other buildings. There's like that place you can just post up with a sniper. That's what I would do. But I didn't snipe a whole lot, but on that map I loved sniping. If I'm thinking of the right map. But that's a great map too, especially for a high kill game too. Yeah. Yeah, let me some COD, man. All right, guys, we're going to start winding things down. So make sure you guys get out any final questions that you have. Make sure you guys hit the like button if you didn't already, although I'm sure most of you guys already have. Appreciate everyone coming out tonight, man. It was always a blast. Or it is always a blast hanging out with you guys on Saturday nights. Make sure you guys have the notification bell on so you guys don't miss any uploads or streams. Check out the Patreon page if you guys ever are interested, man. But yeah, appreciate everyone coming out tonight. Always a good time with you guys. Ooh, I run the AK. Okay, I respect that. I like that. I like that. Shout out, Ben. But yeah, appreciate you guys, man. The community, we're just growing week by week. Saturday is kind of how I evaluate things, usually, I just like to look back on it on Saturdays. And the community is just growing, man. You guys are truly the best. Catch fam is crazy, man. This has been a wild ride, and I'm glad that you guys are alongside myself and Steven for the ride. So appreciate all you guys, and we'll go ahead and wind down. But we got a minute and a half left in this great game of Madden. Face of the franchise. Oh, Jalen Waddle. There's a sign. Start Jalen Waddle tomorrow. Oh man, it's gonna be a great week 7. I can feel it, man. I can feel it. Maybe we'll get some better games than people are expecting tomorrow. Some more competitive games. But I think it'll be a good week. I know a lot of people were stressing this week. A lot of injuries, a lot of bye weeks, or a lot of teams on bye, I guess I should say. And I think it'll be okay, guys. I think we'll make it through. And week 8 is going to be another good week as well. So, don't stress out, guys. Just have fun tomorrow. Watch some football. And, sit back and relax. It's going to be a good week. Man, Dolphins trying to get fancy on me. Fourth and 32. Sorry, guys. Whoa. nasally out of nowhere. But oh no, gotta give cushion. I don't know what play I just called. Ooh, but I guess it worked. All right, guys, let's go ahead and try and throw a Hail Mary to end tonight's stream. So, yeah, appreciate everyone coming out, man. Always a blast. Like I said, Saturday nights, always the best live stream of the week, in my opinion. Although we don't have Steven here typically. So, shout out, Steven. We miss you, bro. Oh, man, we missed the Hail Mary. But appreciate everyone coming out. Look, Ben, look at the move at 303. It's dirty. I will. I will. I promise I'll check that out, bro. 303. I can remember that. Wasn't that a band? 303. They were like awful. Yeah, I can remember that. Oh, we just threw a pick of Madden. Threw a pick to end the night. All right, guys. Thanks everyone so much for coming out. I know I've wrapped this up like 3 times, so I'm just kind of rambling, but I appreciate all you guys, man. Just love this community. Love the Catch fam, man. Just continuing to grow day by day. I truly, truly appreciate all of your guys' love and support, man. I just love watching this community grow and this channel grow as well. So shout out to all of you guys. Thanks for hanging out tonight, man. Good luck to everyone tomorrow. Everyone just relax tomorrow. Enjoy the football games. It's going to be a good day of NFL football. We will be back tomorrow around 9:30 for our Week 7 reaction during the second half of the Sunday night game tomorrow. So make sure you guys tune in for that. Hit that like button, hit that sub button if you guys are new here. Make sure you got the notification bell on as well so you don't miss a single stream or upload. Check out the Patreon page if you guys are ever interested. Everything is in the links down below. Appreciate you guys. Got nothing else left to say, but thank you guys so much for watching and or listening. And remember, saw it here on the catch, and peace.